Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome.
Uh-oh. That was me, Dan. What do I do to get it off? Mute it?
And she'll start the meeting. Live.
You got it on yours. No, I've got mine.
Morning, everyone. I'd like to call our CE committee, review committee meeting to order. The time now is 9:12. A few reminders. You're listening to the meeting on a secondary device, meaning a computer or a tablet. Please mute it until it is your turn to speak. Please say your name before your verbal vote during the voting process to ensure a proper count. And I'll go ahead and announce the names of our board members when addressing them on first and second motions. Okay, I will go ahead and read our mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners. It is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients. Ms. Nichols, would you please call the roll to confirm a quorum?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Melcher.
Present.
Dr. Kirsch.
Present.
Dr. Burke.
Present.
Ms. Palermo.
Present.
And Dr. Yu.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, our first item of business is the committee recommendation and possible action on application request to become a continuing education provider. Ms. Mendez, would you please lead us in discussion on this? Ms. Mendez, you're on mute. There we go.
It's being really sensitive. There we go.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, committee members. I'm apologize real quick. Ms. Donnelly is actually trying to connect with us. So yes, we received an application from Ms. Mallory Donnelly. She is requesting to be a CE provider as we have in our rule 104.2.
Okay, thank you.
And just a quick reminder, if everybody could really speak up, the mics are having a hard time picking everyone up and it's kind of quiet, so. Yes, please.
Just wait.
I think that's reserved if you need legal guidance. So, yeah.
Yes, she's in there. She just activated her mic. It's waiting for her to.
Okay, yeah, she just sent me an email 0 minutes ago, so I think we're just crossing wires.
There we go.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Donnelly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I'm all watching on YouTube and I'm like, I can't hear anything. And then I'm like, oh, okay, they want me on here. Sorry. I'm not seeing anything. Do I need to, can y'all would think I'm new at this Zoom thing.
We can see and hear you.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to be honest with y'all. I was not even prepared for this except for a couple days ago. This was kind of put on my plate. So I really don't know what y'all need me to. I sent some information and I didn't know if y'all had questions for me, if I'm supposed to bring something to y'all. I was very feeling unprepared for this, but I was like, I will show up. I do have an appointment at 10. I canceled my 9 o'clock patient, but I wanted to jump on here if y'all needed me to bring anything to y'all. I'm talking to a blank table, so I'm kind of I don't know. Oh, there we go. There you are. Okay. I'm like, I don't know if y'all have questions or if I am supposed to. I feel very unprepared for this speech.
Good morning, Ms. Donnelly.
Good morning.
To the CE committee. Just wanted to, we received your application and it was forwarded to this committee. So if there's
Okay.
additional information to support your request for this application, this is the time to present it to us.
Okay, so I sent over some information, and I don't know how much y'all been able to look over it because I was just sent over the course content Monday night, I believe. But honestly, I'm an active hygienist. I have been for a long time, almost 15 years now. And I also own some small businesses. And between being in offices and being a small business owner, I'm coming from a line of dentists. I see where there's no cross. A lot of dentists aren't trained in business knowledge, and there's just some things missing in the business side of world of dentistry. So although I know there's a handful of hygienists on this board, this kind of speaks more to dentists, this course versus hygienists, but it's just basically combining the business world and the dental world to make it more of an enjoyable workplace, happy staff, happy practice, happy life type thing. So God, I know I have like 3 minutes. So I feel like I've nailed everything. If y'all can read over this course content that I was able to kind of get over to her quickly. But I just, and being in the dental world, I see so many missed puzzle pieces, and back office versus front office, and management and leadership being kind of the difference between the both. And I just feel like it's a very, very, very missed. Dental and business need to come together as one, and it is not. And which is to be expected, as dentists aren't trained in business. They're trained in dentistry, right? So anyways, that's why I created this course. And I really wanted more of an incentive for people to want to get it in front of more people, and also kind of a thank you for their time.
Okay. Well, thank you for that information. Committee members, any questions for Ms. Donnelly?
Do not.
Yes, Dr. Yu.
Thanks for coming or joining us, Ms. Donnelly. My question is, if you were to categorize your course, how would you categorize it? Would it be, sort of an educational course, or a self-motivation course, or self-improvement, or how would you categorize what you teach?
More educational. Lots of business knowledge as far as, I guess it could be motivational, but it's more educational on different topics, like different pay structures, bonuses, benefits. Also, office management is a huge topic in there. Leadership versus management, business building, team building, happy practice, happy staff, happy life type thing.
It's not scientific based.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's what you're trying to get at, Dr. Yu, is that right?
Well, my point is that there's traditionally the board has accepted risk management, courses, like Boyd Shepherd. He propagates board rules and teaches board rules. To me, this is kind of more like personal growth, profitability, or communication type courses. And I know in our rule, there's even something about finance, that finance courses are not considered to be approved CE, even in that rule. So I'm not sure what category that we can put this in. That's my question.
Well, and this is Lois Palermo, one of the committee members. And I was a little bit confused because you're asking to be a CE provider, but it sounds like you want us to approve your course. So what are you hoping to achieve with this? Do you want to be a provider where you provide lots of different courses, or are you just trying to get this one accepted?
More so getting this one accepted in the sense where I could, if they take the online, they get a certification for it, or I could be able to teach it to a room and they get CE hours for it. And I truly didn't know how the process went. So when I contacted the state board and just asked, like, what is the process? They just sent me the papers, I fill it out. And when I caught this contact a few days ago, that's what I was saying. I was kind of just like thrown this. So I was like, oh my gosh, okay. So I've had the course outline. The course is done, the outline's done, but I really just would like that as an extra. I mean, self-education is like $1 billion industry. And I feel like it's a very good course that if a dentist office is struggling with some form of something, that this is a dentist could take the course, also get some CE hours for it. And I'm not sure how that works. I'm not sure if that is how it works in the CE world. That's kind of why I just applied for it, to see how that works. Clearly I go to CEs all the time and do online and in-person CEs, but I was just curious because if you can reach the masses and one does better, we all do better type thing.
Well, we're not a board that approves and disapproves courses.
Okay.
You would have to go to one of the providers that we accept them and the courses that they give. So you would have to go to ADA or AGD, or there's a whole list of providers in the rules. And you go to them and give them your course title and description and objectives and see if they would work with you on that and give you, sanction to be able to give that course. But right now, I'm not seeing in our rules anywhere where anybody would be able to get course credit for a course like this.
Okay.
But there are certainly lots of courses that are given, like this, and people go to them because they want this type of information, and they don't get CE credit for it. Now, I don't know about other states. There may be other states that would accept this type of course for CE credits, but you would have to go, like I said, to ADA CERP or AGD or anybody on that list of providers, or ADHA, or just look at that list of providers in the rules.
No, you're right.
So
Okay.
from what you've heard, I think hopefully we've given you some information for you going forward. Again, keep in mind that in order to obtain CE credit, it should be scientific based. We're talking more clinical risk management.
Okay.
Those type of things. So you may have to redesign your course that you have an outline on that you're working on to fit that, because as you approach these entities, possibly, like say the ADA small com or the ADHA annual session, they follow those guidelines of what a CE accredited course must entail.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes, this is mainly was for just some answers to get clarification on how to go about CEs and how CEs come about.
Yeah, and if I may, for dentists, up to 8 hours can be risk management, record keeping, or ethics. So
Okay.
if you tailor your course towards one of those, then you have a better chance of trying to get CE through a entity.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions or comments for Ms. Donnelly? Okay, if none, have we answered your questions then?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
Y'all too.
Thank you.
So you guys.
May I have someone, would anyone like to make
I'll make a
a
motion to deny.
motion has been made by Dr. Kirch to deny the request to become a CE provider. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Palermo has seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. Any opposition? None. The motion has been passed. Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, next item of business is committee recommendation and possible action on currently proposed rule from the May 13th, 2022 meeting It's the Texas Admit Code 104.2 Continuing Education Providers, published in the July 8th, 2022 issue of the Texas
All
Registrar.
right, and this is just the adoption of it, just, we already went over the rule and all that, so.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Ms. Studdard, would you lead discussion on this?
Yes, so like Dr. Kirsch said, this rule was proposed at the last board meeting in May, and it's now up for adoption. The amendment added Dental Risk Solutions LLC as a board-approved continuing education provider. Board staff did not receive any public comments on this rule, and board staff requests that the committee makes a recommendation to adopt the rule as presented.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Studdard.
And I so move.
Okay, so Dr. Kirsch would like to make that motion. May I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Burke seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Discussion. Obviously this entity was accepted in 2011, but just never made it.
Right.
Just want to clarify that. It
Right.
just never was put into the board rule or updated. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, the motion is unanimous. Thank you. Next item of business on our agenda is the committee recommendation and possible action on review of continuing education providers pursuant to 22 Texas Admit Code 104.2. Okay, I'd sort of like to bring this up from our last meeting. We had discussed about the development of, we already have the application form for CEs, but we were discussing about how on the list of providers, we don't really have a formal review process to review these things. And I know in the rule, it says that the presiding officer can form an ad hoc committee, which we service that. I know that our board staff is very busy right now with the move to the new building. So I thought amongst ourselves as the committee, if maybe we wanted to take that project on and come up with some kind of a process for review. Maybe take a look at the existing application and just see if there's any things that we need to revise on it as well. What are your thoughts, committee work?
Thank you, Dr. Melcher. One of the suggestions that board staff has is if the committee would like to decide how many applications would you like to review each committee? We can, like Dr. Melcher said, we can gather the old applications that we have, maybe 5 per committee, and you all could review them if you'd like to do that ahead of the meeting. So obviously you have an idea of what they look like. If what we already have is sufficient, then we can say they're good to go. If we're missing anything, then you can, we can reach out to that provider and say, we'd like this updated. This is just an idea. We would just like to get an idea of how you would like this to look and also to get the committee involved in this process.
I think that's a great idea.
Yes,
And
I
I
do
think
too.
our staff has a lot on their plate, and I don't mind helping. I think that's a great idea. And I will say, when we developed that application, it really hadn't been used. That's the first time I've seen it used. So it really is a work in progress. I think we need to kind of tweak it and see, okay, did we need more information that we lacked on the application? Things like that. I do think we need to change it up as we kind of work through it, because we came up with it. I mean, Christine helped us do that, thank goodness, but we've really not ever used it. So I'm sure it needs some fine little tweaking here and there.
I agree.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree.
My question, Ms. Nichols, is if in reviewing this process, I do like how you said maybe bringing in a certain number at each committee meeting. But is there a way that we can approach the committee provider, the CE provider, to get an update, like a report of how many they had done presented during that year, so that maybe that would be helpful for us as we're looking at this review process? Is there a way to obtain that kind of information?
Yeah, I think so. What I was just gonna tap Christine into this discussion, because so many of these providers have been providers for so long, right? That's the problem. And I'm not sure, and Christine hasn't been here forever. So, I don't even know if we would have just thinking about this during the course of this conversation, I don't even know if we would have anything to provide the committee for some of these providers that have been here, been a provider for so long. I don't know what we would be able to give you guys to review, other than if you just look at the list of approved providers now, the committee does, and say, start with the top 5, and we just contact that top 5 and say, hey, you're up for review at the November meeting, send us what you have. And then that's just a quick email.
Ms. Stutter?
And I think to assist in this process, we can refer to the Rule 104.2 subsection D, and that kind of gives some guidelines for the committee, criteria for the committee to look at when reviewing these applications. So we can, if you're asking for an update, have the provider actually send us an update regarding D1 through 5.
I like that. I think we need to put some accountability, I believe, on them as well for these reviews. Dr. Yu?
If you just look at the list, there are obvious ones that will always be providers, like ADA, AMA, all the large organizations. And there are just pretty much a few that we have questions about, like the lab one and compliance one. So I think if we narrow down the ones that, are just not these huge entities, that maybe we just kind of find out, hey, are they still providing CE? And, I think it becomes a little bit easier, but I agree. I like Ms. Stutter's idea about the criteria that we have, and that's in the rule. So we can at least kind of have them justify whether they meet these criteria.
So I'm thinking with would maybe the first step be that as chair, I'll look at that list. I'll identify these individual ones, not the organized ones that are part of an organization. Send them to y'all as committee members. Do y'all agree that we should obtain a report from this? And then that way I can get with Lauren of how to request this report from them.
I like your idea about having them give us a list of how
Yes.
many courses and how many CE credits they've issued, and just kind of gauge how active they are. They may not have provided anything for years, so we don't know.
And I don't know, Ms. Stutter, would we request, or could we set a guideline that say if you have not provided more than 2 CEs or 1 CE a year, or within say 2 Cs in a 2-year period? I don't know. Can we put those kind of parameters on there?
I think it would be helpful for them to know what y'all want. Kind of like what we did with our application for new CE providers. We can list what we're seeking, so they know
going forward
what they, yes. What,
Well, one thing I was going to say, in my mind, I think we might need to be careful because we don't want them to fabricate something to meet those criteria when they maybe really haven't met that criteria. And I'm not saying anybody would lie, but it's easy to say, oh, I have done this amount of CE courses over the past 2 to 3 years, just so that they can meet our criteria. I almost would like to see us just gather information and see what has actually been happening, what they've been doing, what they've been teaching, how active they've been. And then we can kind of gauge from that point. I mean, my fear would be if we tell them right off the bat what we're looking for, they may just try to meet that criteria. Are y'all worried about that? Or is it just like,
I didn't think about it until you just said it.
I was gonna say that never crossed my mind.
Well,
I mean, I'm just thinking of it
Yeah,
from
right.
normal. I mean,
Right.
that's just what any normal human being would probably try to do.
my thoughts are that when they give us this report, that they have to show, a copy of, say, in the ADA SmileCom, the page where it lists that they're on that schedule,
Right.
so that it is legit, and that we don't have to worry about that they're
Yeah.
making it up.
Yeah, so to the point that Dr. Yu made, there's probably several providers on this list that didn't ask to be providers. We just said we would accept continuing education from these courses, like the American Medical Association, or like some of the bigger associations, like Dr. Yu was saying, that Rev, that sort of thing, that they're always going to offer courses to our providers. And they probably didn't apply to us. We probably just said, this is a common CE provider. We're going to accept the content. You trust the content that comes from these providers. So that might be an issue that comes up, especially if we can't find somebody at that organization who would be willing to come and talk to the board, because they never really asked to be an approved provider. And then we're like, hey, prove yourself. And they're like, oh,
Well, they
what?
might not even know.
Right. They might not realize that they're one of
list.
our approved
I
providers.
still think we should, for those types, keep accepting those.
Yeah, right. So just a food for thought.
So, as I stated, if we take a look at the list, maybe is for a charge for our committees, say a month from now, we've got 30 days to just review the organizations. And then if y'all will just send me the ones that you think we should look into, and then we can go from there. So that'll be our first action item then for committee members to submit to me any questionable organizations that are on our list. And then that way that we can look at it. Also, the second item I'd like for us to do is to review the application form that's in existence right now to see if there's any revisions, additions, omissions that we need to do for it. And again, if we could have a deadline date of 30 days from now, just to review. Get started on committee work.
And since you had mentioned REB, I mean, now that REB has changed into CDCA, we definitely need to be taking a look at that. And I think one of the reasons why we accepted REB was because board members that were doing the exams, we get so many hours of credit for going through that process of learning the exam and all of that.
Yeah, it's 14 hours.
And now that we have credits in CERTA, and yeah, we need to kind of re-look at that list too.
Change.
Yeah.
But something else that I've noticed on here with our list is that, we have like the American Dental Association, along with its constituents and component societies and ADHA and stuff like that. And then we get down to the American Dental Association approved specialty organizations. And I've noticed that we have a lot of specialists that just go off and do CEs, but are they coming in under the approved specialty organization? And how are they doing that? I mean, how are they approving? Are they approving those individual specialty dentists that are doing their own courses, or how does that work? Whereas when we say ADA and its constituents and its components, we know how that's working. The component hires somebody, or the constituent does, or whatever, and they do that. But with some of these other entities, we don't really know how they're accepting their CEs and stuff. Does that make sense? I mean, it just is a blanket, and it's,
That could be one of the names that you submit to Dr. Melcher saying we need to look into this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What actually is action items? Do you think they need a motion?
I don't think so. Nothing
Okay,
committee.
Okay, so for committee work. Okay, so I will then send y'all a friendly reminder via email, just so that we can go forward and work on our couple of action items within the next 30 days. Thank y'all.
Can you send us a blank application
Yes.
so that we can?
Good idea. Request for blank.
I'll send that to you guys on Monday.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty. Any further discussion on this topic?
Yeah.
You okay? Great. Okay, so at this time, I'd like to call for public comments. And if we have any, just to make sure that we know that it is limited to 5 minutes. And we do have one for Miss Diane Rhodes from the TDA. She has a CE question. So welcome, Diane.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Diane Rhodes with the Texas Dental Association. I just want to make sure that I'm following correctly. this group's intent. For larger CE providers such as TDA, we're always going to offer CE. So we shouldn't, I just want to make sure, expect a request for us to complete an updated CE approval application, or we should expect to receive one of those from the committee. And we're fine to do that. I just want to make sure we're following your process.
I think right now we're going to start with baby steps. So
Okay.
at this point, we're just looking at the ones that we're not quite, the ones that we have maybe not seen so much, but it may come a point to where we may reach out to you and say, yes, could you provide us a report of, TDA members total have participated in 20, annual meetings or something like that.
Okay.
But at this time, I think our focus is just right now to sort of get.
On the smaller. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any announcements? All right. Well, other than our action items for us, I don't have anything else. So may I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Dr. Burke will make the motion, seconded by Dr. Kirsch. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand.
Dr. Kirsch seconded.
It is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, and
Good
then
morning. Yeah, good meeting.
meeting time is 9:42. Thank you so much.
Okay, so
Thank you. All right, the August 11th, 2022 licensing committee meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will now come to order. The time is, well, 9:59. It's, give it 10 seconds and it should switch over to here at 10. 9:59. We'll start a little bit early. Okay, if you're listening to the meeting on a secondary device like a computer or a tablet, please make mute it until it's your turn to speak. Please say your name before the verbal voting and during the voting process to ensure proper count. And I will also announce the name of the board members when addressing them on the first and second motion. The mission of the Texas State Dental Board of Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients. And if I could have Ms. Nichols call our roll.
Yes, sir. Dr. Kirsch,
Present.
Ms. Jones. Present. Dr. Maldonado.
Present.
Dr. McNeil,
Present.
Ms. Palermo,
President,
and Dr. Yu.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Fantastic. Okay, our first committee item is number 3, committee recommendation and possible action on vacating consent order number 2022-00550, and I'll call on Ms. Scudder to lead us in that discussion.
Yes, the applicable consent order is in your materials for your reference. It's pertaining to Ms. Haynes. Board staff mistakenly included this consent order on the last board meeting agenda in May, and the order was ratified by the board. However, it wasn't until after the May meeting that board realized that Ms. Haynes hasn't applied yet for her license. When she does apply, board staff will review her application and determine at that time whether we need to offer her a consent order before approving her application. Therefore, board staff is requesting that the committee make a recommendation to vacate this consent order. If the board approves the recommendation, the consent order will be removed from the agency's files.
Okay, do we have a
I
motion?
make a motion, so move to vacate the consent order.
So
as
Dr.
described.
McNeil makes a motion to vacate. Dr. Maldonado seconds. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor of this motion? And the motion carries unanimously. Okay, item number 4, committee recommendation, possible action on request for exception to board rule. Our first one is 2022-Q4 RDH1, and I will call on Ms. Mendez to lead the discussion on this.
Good morning, committee members. Board staff is deferring the applicant to the licensing committee for the exception to board rule 103.3A2A. After further review, it was determined that Ms. Alcalde had not been practicing for at least 3 out of the last 5 years in another state or territory of the U.S. Ms. Alcalde has been practicing in the Cayman Islands. Ms. Alcalde has submitted a request for an exception to board rule 103.3 and is now requesting the committee accept the proof of practice from the Cayman Islands.
Thank you. Is Ms. Ashley Alcalde here?
Yep, she's online.
Okay, can you let her in, please?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Just a point of order question. Do we have any sort of documentation from the Cayman Islands licensure group?
Yes, we, I believe I'm sorry, was that to me, Dr. McNeil? It's in her application. There's a letterhead from the employer.
He has a dual practice. He has one in the Cayman Islands, one in New York.
Okay.
Yeah. But she has been practicing all that. Yeah. Ms. Alcalde, go ahead, please.
Yes, hi, good morning. I do appreciate everyone's time and their consideration. I was wondering if you had a chance to review Dr. Terry Giangreco's letter as well as my own.
We did.
Okay. So just in my own words and hearing from you directly, I just want to highlight everything that seems to be centered around the fact that the question is about my geographical location, from what I understand. I did graduate 11 years ago from East Tennessee State and with a bachelor's of science degree in dental hygiene. I've worked full-time up until I took a couple months off in 2019 for my wedding and honeymoon. I did move to the Cayman Islands in 2016. I had met a doctor there in the US who's American. I did not work for her the whole time I was there, but I stayed there for from June 2016 until September of last year. This break from moving here was the longest time I've been away from working. The whole time that I was away, I maintained my licensure with the state of Tennessee, and I even attended continuing education courses such as administration monitoring of nitrous oxide, like to maintain everything, make sure everything was perfectly upheld in an attempt knowing that I would eventually come back to the States. I did not know that I would get married and have a child there, but I'm, happy to be back. And so my letter and Dr. Giangreco's letter was to serve as support, showing that even though I wasn't physically located in Tennessee working, that I was still practicing and upholding all of the values of, our dental hygiene practice. I'm curious if anyone has any questions, because I'm not sure how I can better describe my time there or my education, because I was a little confused about the fact that it was just the geographical location, since the licensure was kept up to date.
Dr. McGee.
If I can ask you a question, during the last 5 years,
Mhm.
what portion of that time have you been actively engaged in practice?
Every day, full time, except for when we moved to Texas in September of last year. So I
Okay.
haven't worked obviously then. And then there was a gap, during the beginning of 2020 for the pandemic, where the island was shut down. We resumed working. I finished, I think in March, they shut down, and then we resumed in June 2020. And then there was also a gap when I had to be away in Miami with the birth of my daughter in Florida. So a couple months there. I was part-time up until September though. So it was, pretty much full-time for the last 5 years, minus those little moments.
Ms. Palermo.
I have a question for Ms. Nichols or Ms. Mendez. Is it in statute that they have to have practiced in the US and not outside the US with license?
It is.
It is in the
It is.
statute?
It is.
Okay.
It's state territory or US.
Yep.
Sorry, state US territory. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
It is.
I wasn't sure if it was just in the rules or if it was in statute too. So Ms. Mendez, is there another way that she could become licensed?
There is another pathway. It's a temporary licensure by credentials. So it's similar to the application that she has, or it's actually the same application. The only difference is that she would have to obtain employment with a nonprofit organization.
Ms. Jones.
So Ashley, you moved to Dallas area? Is that
Yes,
what you-
ma'am.
In September. And
Yes.
have you been talking with any offices, or are you just kind of waiting to see what happens, or?
I have a good relationship with the practice that I've actually been going to with my family. They are interested in hiring. They did tell me to keep them posted about my status. I also, there's my daughter's 17 months, her potential pediatrician as well. Like I was, there, and I'm very aware of the climate for employment out there too. And I'm pretty motivated as well. I miss it. I feel like, I also am going to enjoy working after being a full-time mom for a while, just getting more integrated in the community. So I was holding off because I didn't want to get too entangled or have anybody really relying on me, because that felt too uncertain, but.
Dr. McGee.
So just so I understand, and it may be Ms. Capel that answers this question, if a different licensure application through credentials and she works with a nonprofit, is there a timeline as far as a certain amount of time with the nonprofit, or actually Ms. Mendez, sorry. Why I said Ms. Cabell, sorry.
That's okay. So yeah, so she would just have to work the requirement, which is the 3 years.
And then she can provide licensure. Oh, wow.
Okay, Dr. Yu, and then Ms. Palermo.
So another way around this, Ms. Mendez, can she work as an educator for 5 years and, apply like credentials that way also?
There is a faculty dental hygiene license. So yeah, I mean, yes, sounds like it. I mean, I didn't look at that avenue, but
Ms. Mendez, could she
she could.
just take a test that we accept here, get her license that way?
Well, she doesn't need to examine. I mean, she meets all the examination requirements. It's really just obtaining the practice time that's needed here in the States.
Okay. Ms. Palermo, you had a question?
Yes, I did. It was for Ms. Mendez. So we have a list of the nonprofit organizations. Should she want to go that route, we could give that to her.
Yes, we do have a list, which we can certainly provide to her, or if she's aware of others that are not on that list, because that list is primarily for employing dentists. But I'm sure they can employ a hygienist as well.
Ms. Mendez, I've got a quick question. Maybe you can answer this. I don't know the answer to it. Have we ever made an exception to board rule for anyone practicing outside of the United States?
Since I have been here, no.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Jones.
So Ashley, I just wanted to kind of mention to you kind of what we're talking about here is that, there's several, our hands, we have this written in our statute, in the laws, not just in our rules. And so what we were kind of talking about is how else could you be licensed? And we're talking about the temporary licensure if you were to work for a nonprofit, or if you were to become an educator, or if you, and I think Dr. Kirsch had mentioned it, if you were to test again, like to retake the REB or the CDCA or CETA or credits or whatever, and then you could apply for licensure by exam, which wouldn't have to limit then you to a nonprofit for 3 years or limit you to education for 5 years. So that's kind of what we're talking about right now.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that. I understand. I did have a question. I feel like I read possibly you could be sponsored, like work under a certain amount of time under for a private practice or a dentist willing to sponsor you and then be reconsidered. Is that something that I read correctly that anyone's familiar with?
I will defer to Ms. Nichols or Ms. Studdard on that. Ms. Mendez, do you know the answer to that?
I think she may be referring to what we have, a provisional license. That's what it sounds like. But it wasn't offered for hygienists, it's for dentists. And to be clear, the provisional licensure method has always been used for emergency purposes, such as hurricanes or, disaster, that has come about and, folks need to come to Texas and work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion to deny exception to board rule or to grant exception to board rule?
I so move to deny exception to board rule for candidate 2022-Q4-RDH1 based on our conversation.
Okay, is there a second? Ms. Jones seconds. Any further discussion, committees? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Alcalde.
Thank you.
Okay, next is B 2022-Q4-RDH2. And again, Ms. Mendez, will you lead us in this discussion, please?
Yes, Dr. Kirsch. Board staff is deferring the applicant to the licensing committee for an exception to board rule 103.3A2A. After further review, it was determined that Ms. Coetzee had not been practicing for at least 3 out of the 5 years in another state or territory of the U.S. Applicant has been practicing in Canada. Ms. Coetzee has submitted a request for an exception to board rule and is now requesting that the committee accept the proof of practice from Canada.
So Canada is not part of the US.
Dr. McNeil.
It's the First time I've heard that.
Contrary to popular belief.
Okay, is Ms. Coetzee here?
Yes.
You can let her in.
Yeah. let her in, please.
Canada is not part of the US.
That's the first time I've heard that.
Contrary to popular belief.
In case you didn't hear it the first time.
Coetzee here.
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Coetzee, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, great. It looks like if you have the meeting playing in the background, if you'll just mute it. I think the committee's ready to hear from you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi there. Is it muted now?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine now.
Okay, good.
Oh, we can even see you now. So that's great.
Oh, even better. Yeah, so I've prepared a little speech for you all. I just want to say hello. Thank you for the opportunity for letting me speak to you. I have come before you today to request special consideration for my dental hygiene license. I was educated and licensed in the state of Michigan, but I've been practicing in Canada. But through my years of experience, I can attest to the paralleled commitment and practice standards in both countries, which I feel enhanced my practice tremendously. I'm aware that I haven't been practicing in the US, but I do have my active Michigan license and I'm coming back to the US, and that's why I'm requesting licensure in Texas.
Basically the same situations, the last one. Committee members have any questions for Ms. Coetzee?
Maybe they can just explain again in case she wasn't listening.
Yes, that's true. Go ahead, Lori.
So Chelsea, I'm not sure if you had heard our last conversation with the previous podcast. So kind of, what we're looking at is that this rule is in statute, it's in the laws. And so there was several other options as far as applying for licensure. One is that temporary license that you could get if you're working in a nonprofit. That would be for you would need to do that for 3 years and then you could have licensure. One would be if you were to teach in an academic setting, you could go that direction, or you could also re-examine. I think, did you take your boards in 2016? Is that what I read?
2015.
Okay. So, that's a different route that right now we have it as 5 years. And so, it just might be one of those things you kind of keep watching our rules and, see how that plays out in the next few months. But that's some of the options that we were just talking about with the previous hygienist as well.
Well, I was going to say, so Ms. Mendez, if she hadn't taken the regional exam within the previous 5 years, is that another obstacle, not just her working in Canada, but also that she hadn't taken one of the regional exams within the last 5 years?
Had she applied by exam and it was obviously the regional exams over the past 5 years, then yes, she wouldn't have qualified because the exam was over.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask the question? And I'd like to ask a question to Ms. Mendez this time. So if someone, say they took the licensing exam 4 years ago, but they were practicing outside of the United States, would they still qualify for licensure by examination based solely on having the exam within 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. And then so the geographical issue becomes moot at that point.
Correct.
Gotcha.
All right, is there a motion to either accept or deny?
Move to deny.
Moved to deny by Ms. Jones, seconded by Dr. McNeil. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion? Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Coatsey.
Thank you.
Okay, next is 2022-Q4-RDH3. And again, Ms. Mendez, will you lead us in this discussion, please?
Yes, sir. Board staff is deferring the applicant to licensing committee for an exception to board rule 103.11. After further review, it was determined that Ms. Hudson did not meet the requirements for reinstatement of a canceled license. Ms. Hudson submitted an online application on April 2nd, 2022, attempting to renew the expired hygiene license. Since Ms. Hudson did not hold an active BLS certification, the renewal was not automatically approved, and the license then canceled on April the 3rd of 2022. And I'm just going to read a little bit about the agency process. Notifications to renew licenses are mailed out 60 days prior to the expiration date of the license to the mailing address on file. The renewal of a license can only take place within 45 days of the expiration date. A dental hygiene license will remain in an expired status for 1 year before the license cancels if not renewed. On June 27, 2022, board staff received an application for reinstatement along with a request for an exception to board rules. Ms. Hudson does not have proof of practice. Board Rule 103.11 requires that the applicant to have proof of an active practice within the 2 years preceding the date of the application, or submit proof that the applicant has taken and passed a clinical regional examination administered by a regional examining board designated by the board within the last 5 years.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. Is Ms. Hudson here? No. Yeah, she's here. Yeah.
She's physically here.
She is live. And she is representing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank
I'm
you.
actually here for Rodney Montez. So if you guys would watch, he's at the medical board today. And so he'll zoom in if he's able. I don't think, he hasn't texted me that he's waiting, but okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I received this email.
Oh, he has the Zoom link.
Okay.
He has it. I'm just subbing in for him because he has to be at the medical board.
Okay.
Pretend I'm Rodney.
If we see him in the waiting room, we'll let.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thanks, Ms. Mendez, for laying that out because she did a very, very good job of telling you exactly what we want. Our request today is actually very simple. We're asking for an exception to the reinstatement rule, as she said, 103.11, specifically section 1B, which requires Ms. Hudson to demonstrate proof of active practice within 2 years preceding her reinstatement application, which she filed in June. In support of this request, we note that Ms. Hudson's failure to timely renew was inadvertent. She mistakenly believed that her license was due to be renewed in March of 2022 instead of March of 2021. So when she filed her renewal on April 2nd, she missed the deadline by literally 3 days. Ms. Hudson has 10 years of successful practice. She has an unblemished practice record. In this intervening time, she's also earned a real estate license in September of 2020, which remains in good standing. You have letters of support in your file demonstrating her clinical skill, her professionalism, and in particular, I noted that all of the letters noted her ability to effectively communicate with her patients. So we would ask that you exercise your discretion and grant the requested exception.
Any questions for Ms. Hudson from the committee? Did you not receive a notice from the board of your expired license?
Did not.
Did you move or change address?
I changed in 2017, but that was the last change of address that I had. So my address that the board has on file
What's
is
the
correct.
current address?
Yes, sir.
I have a question for legal. Are there any statute issues here with this request? Okay. Hearing that, if I can make a motion,
please.
I would like to make a motion to accept the request for exception to board rule for candidate 2022-Q4 RDH3.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a second. Any discussion on this motion?
Wait a second.
Dr. Maldonado.
Dr. Maldonado, I'm sorry. Yep.
Wanted to clarify it or ask Ms. Mendez, is there anything with CE requirements or anything like that that would prevent the reinstatement? Is everything met, I guess is my question.
For the application for reinstatement, yes, aside from the 2 years of practice.
And then so for Ms. Hudson is, what, I guess kind of what I would like to know is what was that stumbling block? I know we went from 1 year renewal to 2 year renewal, but what was that stumbling block for you to not know when your license was expired?
So it was, to be honest, it was March of 2020 was my last day of practice, and that's when we were furloughed. So honestly, once we were furloughed, I'm so sorry. I'm not good at speaking when it just basically just kind of messed up the timeline for myself. Just being furloughed and then not being asked back, after a while, the doctor didn't have anybody back for quite a while. And because of patient flow and things like that, he actually continued to do hygiene for a while. So it was quite some time before, my practice was even open for hygiene to come in. I was the only hygienist. Basically just in the meantime, I wasn't sure of what was to come of dental or of hygiene. So therefore I acquired my real estate license, maybe just something kind of in between. So I would say just my, I guess in a sense, it just got a little messy just ever since the furlough, just everything just kind of, in a sense, kind of got away from me, not purposely, but my timelines did as far as when things were due.
Do you have a plan to go back into practice? Is
Yes.
that,
Yes, I do.
Where do you want to go from here?
I do plan on going back into practice for, the previous office that I was with. Yeah, so yes, I do plan on practicing.
I think what we've been through in the past couple of years has certainly been a difficult experience for everybody. And I know we've had a lot of sort of non-renewals from dentists and hygienists during this time period. And, I don't see or hear anything here that would tell me that public and in fact could be service to the public. So.
Ms. Palermo.
Well, I was wondering, Ms. Mendez, have we denied relicensure once it's canceled?
Yes, we have.
During this time? And I also wanted to ask, so what she would need to do would be to retake one of the regional exams, is that correct?
If the committee voted to deny the request, yes.
Okay.
But if you approve the motion that you made.
Sure,
that would be the
sure. The other question I had, so you were up to date with your CPR and your CE during those 2 years that you let your license lapse? Was she up to date with her CE and her CPR during those 2 years, Ms. Mendez?
No, based on the online renewal she submitted, she attested to being in compliance, but the renewal was not approved because the CPR was not current. When she submitted the reinstatement application, however, she did then at that point provide a current BLS CPR along with the required number of CEs.
That was dated after the fact?
Yes.
After the renewal had taken place, yes.
All right, any further discussion? We have a motion to accept exception to board rule. Okay, all in favor of that motion, raise your hand. Okay, I'm going to call them out. Dr. Yu, or Ms. Jones,
Or
Dr. McNeil, and Ms. Maldonado, Dr. Maldonado. All right, 4. Those for against, it's Dr. Kearns and Ms. Palermo. So the motion carries.
Thank you.
Yeah. And this will go to the board tomorrow. We'll vote on it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Would you like Mr. Montez? I'm on a plane tomorrow, but Mr. Montez can be me and come tomorrow as well. If
He doesn't need.
I have questions.
He doesn't need. to. It's
up to
totally up to you.
Okay, just making sure.
It's up to them.
Yeah.
If you thought there were any issues that might need to be addressed in front of the board, but if you guys are good, I'm looking at most of you, so I'm thinking we're all right. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, all right, next is 2022-Q4-DDS1. And again, I'll turn it over to Ms. Mendez, please, lead us in this discussion.
Yes, sir. On April 20th, 2022, the applicant submitted a dental licensure by credentials application. Upon review, board staff determined the applicant was ineligible. Board staff is deferring the applicant to the licensing committee for an exception to board rule 101.3A1 for Dr. Hatim Legwell. Dr. Hatim Legwell submitted an application for licensure by credentials on July 5th, 2021. Is that right? Dr. Legwell did not graduate and receive either a DDS or DMD degree from a dental school accredited by the Commission on Dental Accreditation of the American Dental Association. Dr. Legwell graduated from Al Fatah University in Libya and received a bachelor's degree in dentistry in 2003. Based on board rule 101.3A1, which states, in addition to the general qualifications for licensure contained in 101.1 of this chapter, relating to the general qualifications for licensure, an applicant for licensure by credentials must present proof that the applicant has graduated and received either a DDS or DMD degree from a dental school accredited by the Commission on Dental Accreditation of the American Dental Association. Dr. Legwell is requesting an exception to the board rule and is requesting that the committee grant him a Texas dental license.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. Is Dr. Legwell here?
Yes.
This is also in statute. Is that correct?
While we're waiting for him, can I just ask a point of information?
Yeah.
For, I guess I just wanted clarification or explanation for the licensure, I guess, by credentials, but when they've gone to a 2-year plus residency program.
I don't know the answer to that. I'll turn it over to Ms. Nichols.
Yeah, Ms. Mendez can answer that probably better than I can.
I'm sorry, Ms. Jones. I heard completed a 2-year residency. Is that okay? So it's for licensure by credentials, the basic information. I don't want to say basic like it's meaningless, but it's super important. They have to have at least a DDS and DMD degree to start off with. Then we can start looking at specialty.
So the degree is.
But how did they get that?
The specialty.
The degree from a CODA accredited or just the actual DDS versus DMD?
CODA accredited. It has to be CODA accredited for licensure by credentials. Now, on the flip side, Ms. Jones, it's for licensure by exam, where someone who is graduated from a DDS or DMD degree program that's not accredited.
She's the other applicant.
And he's trying to get licensed by credentials. Is that correct?
Correct.
He qualified for licensure by exam.
He does not qualify by exam because he took the regional. Correct. It's been over 5 years.
Same thing. You have to
That's kind of the way we get it.
Welcome, Dr. Legwell. And
Hello, good morning, team members. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. How do you pronounce your name, please?
Hatim Legwell, like a good leg and well. Yes.
Nice compelling letter, and I'm sorry for your loss of your dad. It seems like he seems like a great man.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your story and why you want your license and things of that nature, please?
Yes, absolutely. I'm as you know, graduated from Tripoli, Libya. My dad actually graduated as a prosthodontist from Ohio State University, and he helped establish the university back home. So when I came back, I worked as a dental lab technician. I'm pretty sure you guys read my resume, but my goal always has been to enhance my quality of work, take care of my patients, be able to be the source of a solution than a problem. And did 2 years of general practice residency at Ohio State University, and then proceeded with my prosthodontic residency. And I've been in practice in Columbus, Ohio since 2013. Till presently, still in practice. I've been interested in moving out of state, especially Texas. My family, my brother lives there now and just moved to Dallas, but I'll be interested in working somewhere closer to that area. Hence my, search for practice. And I found one that I was interested in, and I'm hoping that with my practice, with how much I uphold my quality of work and care for my patients, and hopefully some of the letters of recommendation that speak of my character can prove to the board that I should be able to hopefully be a valued addition to the dental community in Texas. So with that said, I hope that you would accept my request to for exception for having the regional board exam taken over 5 years since I took it in 2013, which is about 8 years ago.
So that's not the request, Dr. Legwell. You submitted a licensure by credentials. And so it's the DDS or DMD degree that you don't have from a code accredited program.
Right. That's a hiccup.
I apologize. I was told by the staff when I submitted my application that it was because my regional board was taken over 5 years. That was my understanding the whole time. That's why I've sent different letters and submission, because that was the what was referred to me.
But he did fill out the licensure by credentials application, right? That's what
Correct.
Okay.
So we have two
for my
for licensure by credentials, which is what the application you filled out, which you don't meet that criteria because you don't have a DDS or DMD degree from a CODA accredited. We also have license by examination, which you also would not apply to or qualify, thank you, for, because your exam was taken within the last 5 years. The request for exception to board rule that you're asking for today is based on your education.
I understand now. I apologize. It was not told to me that way when I submitted my application. I was specifically told that I wasn't qualified just because of the regional board. And so I apologize. I have not been aware of any of the other requirements.
Well, that's true too, if you had applied by examination, but you did submit. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Ms. Palermo, I think, had a question.
Ms. Palermo, you have a question?
Yes, I did. I was wondering about the educator. So he can be an educator, Ms. Mendez?
Sure, if he can attain employment as a faculty member, yes.
Right, okay.
I have questions.
Yes.
Dr. Legwell, have you already moved down to Texas?
I have not.
Okay.
I'm maintaining my practice here in Ohio.
Any other questions?
I just have a quick question. So the residency was a 2-year residency, perio residency, 3 years?
So I did 2 years of general practice residency. I understand the board does not look into that, but I also did 3 years of prosthodontic residency.
And just point of order, once again, we're sort of bound by statute on what we're talking about here, but this individual would have the opportunity to retake a regional examination, reapply under licensure by examination. Okay. Well, based on that, I would like to make a motion to reject the request for exception to board rule for candidate 2022-Q4 DDS1.
Okay, motion. We have a motion by Dr. McNeil. Do we have a second? Ms. Jones, we have a second. Do we have any other discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Apologize, Dr. Legwell. You do
Thank you.
have an option to take the exam and get licensures that way.
I understand. I honestly thought that, you know, the exams is meant for proving the quality of the dental work for dental students. I thought that with my experience and my work that it shows that I'm qualified to take care of the patients, and I abide by the standard of care that shows through my clear lack of any reports against my licensure, but I appreciate the understanding of time.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Okay. All right, committee recommendation and possible action on dental and hygiene licensure examinations requiring live and simulation. And Ms. Studdard will lead us in this discussion. Let me pull that up.
Yes, Dr. Kirsch made a request to staff to draft proposed language in board rules 101.2, 101.3, 103.2, and 103.3. Those are our licensure by examination and licensure by credential rules, with language that requires clinical examinations to utilize either live patients or simulations. And so you'll find the proposed language in your materials, and the sections of the rules that are highlighted that includes the live patient or simulation language.
Right. So, you know, we tried to get the live patient rule passed about a year ago, and it sat on the governor's desk forever. Apparently he didn't like that rule. So moving forward, I think if we add simulation to it, it's important for us as Texas to really protect the public, to show that students graduating have the hand skills to work on patients. They can't just take an exam and come practice. They have to have a clinical aspect of this exam. So hence, I'm having the live patient or simulation, I think would really solidify Texas in that regard with other examining boards. It's when they come to license here, it has to be that, not just a written exam. So that was the purpose of putting that rule in there. Yes, oh, sorry.
I just had a point of clarification, just for simulation, that could mean our mannequins, that could mean virtual, haptic
Yes.
feedback. It keeps us broad enough to encompass technology. And
Absolutely.
okay.
Absolutely. Yep.
And then I have,
Yes, ma'am.
do we need to take this rule by rule, or can we do all four at the same time?
I think we can do all four, right? Or do we have to do it?
Whatever our
one by
general counsel prefers.
I'm trying to think what the easiest way to do it.
We do have a public comment on this topic.
Yes.
A representative from the American Student Dental Association is here. If the committee would like to hear from her now, or if you'd rather.
No, we can hear from her now, please. Yeah, come
Well, I
forward.
think they sent a letter too, didn't they?
She did.
Yes.
She's right here. And she's also here in person.
I'm thorough. What can I say? Dental school taught me well. Well, good morning. Thank you all for having me here. I really appreciate being able to speak to you today. My name is Clara. I'm a fourth-year dental student at the UT Health Science Center School of Dentistry at Houston. So I am.
Great school.
It's a great school.
That's where I graduated.
It's an excellent school. I loved my time there. I've loved being there.
I do too.
I also serve as a District 9 trustee for ASDA, which means I represent all of the dental school chapters in Texas, Oklahoma, and Colorado. So there are over 1,300 dental students here in Texas, with the addition of El Paso, which just started last year. And so I really wanted to speak in support of the mannequin-based licensure and offering both options for the exam. Because as you guys have mentioned many times, the goal of this board is to protect the patient. I think that's one of the most important things we do in our profession, as I've known it for the past 3 years. But with things like, patient-based, requiring based licensure and live patient exams, it's a single shot exam. It's one encounter, one thing that happens. And I'm sure many of us who in practice know anything can go wrong on any day. And it's really bad if it goes wrong on an exam day. And so there's so many variables that are not controllable in a live patient exam, making it not standardized, which doesn't really help us be able to really clinically judge whether a student is competent enough to become a dentist and to start serving these patients. Because also we've been serving patients in a clinical setting in dental school for the past 2 years at a code accredited program. So it's not like we're never touching live patients, then suddenly our first time was on a live patient. It's the only time we're being judged on our live patient skills. We're being judged on that every single day. So the standardization of an exam is important. Additionally, with these live patient exams, you have students who, finding these patients is a whole headache in and of itself. Sometimes you take lots of different radiographs to try to get the image you need to be able to patient qualify for the exam. That's overexposing patients to radiation. You're overdiagnosing. Our faculty tells us, do like an E2 lesion that's right on the DEJ. Well, studies show that that actually responds really well to remineralization and less invasive methods. So we're overtreating. We are having students who are not licensed doing these irreversible procedures on these patients. So I would just like to say that, the American Dental Association has done a lot of research on this. I'm happy to share more research that we've done. We published a white paper in 2016 that outlines all of this very clearly with resources and support from over 100 different organizations across the country. And I just really wanted the opportunity to share the student perspective and to be able to kind of share that I do believe in mannequin-based licensure and in offering the option for students to take live patient or mannequin-based. And I think it would really serve the organization well and the future of dentistry well to accept this form of licensure.
Thank you so much for your comments. I love what y'all are doing in Houston.
Thank you.
It's fantastic. 25 years ago, I was the ASDA National Chair for the Task Force on Dental Licensure.
Amazing.
So it's taken a little bit of time. So 25 years. So I appreciate what you say, based on what you said, the intent of this proposed rule change sort of gets what you're talking about. It gives the options there. Question, have you done the integrated examination yet, or is that?
It's 2 weeks ago.
You took it 2 weeks ago.
I did.
And you did not take part 1 or part 2
No, sir.
based on taking the integrated exam.
Right. My class 2023, is the first class required to take integrated only.
So one national board exam, that's it.
That's it. You get one shot.
Do you intend to take the Dolosky examination?
If the rep were offered, I'd probably end up taking the rep or whatever the combined rep is now, because no, them and I think ADEX.
CDA.
combined. Yes.
CDA.
Combined.
Yeah.
So I would plan to take that exam. It's also whatever the school offers. So, our school would determine what would work best for the majority of our students and offer that exam on school grounds. I plan to practice in Texas. So I think that would be a good option for me.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
just had one other question.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Jones.
I wanted to thank you too for being here today.
Of course.
Did you hear feedback from your classmates from last year? The
mannequin base?
Uh-huh.
I did. Quite a few of them, actually. From what I heard about the exam, it was a very rigorous exam from what I heard. And the exam, and they said that they were in a better mindset to take the exam because they had to worry about their patient showing up or like having to pay their patient to show up or things like that. So I think put everybody in a better frame of mind in order to take the exam and kind of be on equal footing, and taking out like some of those non-controllable variables that, if we can mitigate those, why wouldn't we, right? And so from what they said, it was the teeth they use are scarily real to real teeth and able to, actually they simulate caries. They simulate what it's actually like to drill on patients. So of course, you don't have the patient care aspect. I don't have to, move a tongue out of the way or stop them talking to me all the time. But from what I heard, there was very positive feedback about the exam.
Or anesthesia.
Or anesthesia.
That was one of my big things.
They only opened this big.
Which you're gonna find in real practice.
To find a real practice.
You're gonna find that in real
Oh,
practice. Unfortunately, yes, Dr.
And that raises actually a great point that Medical Regulation Journal that I passed on to you, they in the most recent one talked about the medical side of the equation for their step 1 and just stressors that come into play. And obviously what we do is stressful. The one-time exam sort of cranks up that stress of worrying about, is your patient going to show up? That was my challenge. My patient didn't show up, back up was a challenge. And
yeah,
so,
different
so
challenges,
it was, yeah, you're not wrong. So I think if you look at it and say, how can we appropriately mitigate and remove some of these additional stresses? You know, we see when we do CDCA and REB exams, there's a failure one day and then they are able to retake it the next day and they do better just because they're used to the external stressors. And so I think it's appropriate to be mindful. So thank you for bringing that up. Appreciate it.
Dr. Ryu?
So, and thanks for being here. Thanks for your participation in the political process too this early. So kudos. And you know, I know in your biased opinion though, do you feel like there should be even a clinical board as sort of like a, you know, a standard?
Right, that's hard. So as this position is to have a licensure examination and have a couple of other different components to licensure. In my personal biased opinion, it's a difficult topic because the idea that we've gone to a 4-year CODA accredited institution where our progress and our abilities have been measured over the course of 4 years instead of, again, that single encounter moment. There's really no parallel in medicine. So why would there have to be a parallel dentistry of that kind of, you know, I'm going to say to this, you know, medical student, hey, go do this heart surgery right now on this one day and see
Well,
what
that's,
happens.
that there is
Yeah.
a parallel because they have to get out to do a residency. They have to do, I mean, they're training 5, 6, 7 years before they're let go on live patients. They don't have to examine and get their license, but they can't go into the operating room. They have to do residency where here you do graduate and you get to start operating in a sense.
Right. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that a single encounter patient-based exam is the way to go for that.
I don't think there's and I'm sure Dr. McNeil will agree that there is no right answer here.
Right.
Because in dentistry, you know, obviously hand-eye coordination matters, and you're literally going to be able to get out there and treat patients the next day you get your license. And that's what we're here for, is to protect the public. And,
Right, of course.
you know, and most of us are examiners for, you know, regional boards, various regional boards, and we do see like really bad, you know, exams. I mean, we grade them, and every time I go, for instance, I realize how important it is to have these. But at the same time, you know, are you really going to treat mannequins in practice? And at least it gives us a measure of hand-eye coordination or skills. But most people pass. I mean, bottom line, I mean, they're gonna retake it and pass, and you know, it's rare that someone fails. Yeah. So the question is, are we really protecting the public with this? So I think it's going to be an ongoing debate, and I think also that simulation is probably here to stay, because if you all are aware, School of Cosmetology quit live patients in 2017 before COVID, and now they're doing live exams on mannequins to cut hair. You know, so we're delayed on that, but you know, a much more invasive procedure like dentistry, we're still working on patients. So you know, how do you feel about simulation if we were to change our board rule?
I mean, with simulation, for me personally, I just, again, mitigating those variables. I just feel better about it. You know, I've had patients who are great patients every other day, except for one day. And knowing me and my luck, it would fall on the exam day, right? And, you know, there are studies that have proven that live patient exams are not standardizable, they're not reliable, and they don't really correlate to how well you're doing in dental school or how your success in private practice. So I think with live patient, you open this door for so much more unreliability. So why wouldn't you try to control the variables where you can, make a standardized exam that people are able to demonstrate their competency on?
Great, thank you, Dr. McNeil.
And I think right now, with the exception of perhaps Wyoming, it seems as though nationally, mannequin versus live patient is an option there. So what I,
Not Delaware.
in Delaware is a separate.
State board, they don't do anything.
I would,
Florida. No, Florida.
I would like to make a request motion to go into executive session to discuss a very specific topic dealing with examinations.
Okay, so just I have to put it out there, according to statute, does this have to do with either potential or pending litigation?
No, it does not.
Does not.
Does it, and then it doesn't have to do with an offer of settlement.
That is correct.
So those are the only two reasons we can go into executive session.
Can we go in for non-public disclosure information
Related to this rule.
related to this rule?
I guess I would need a little bit more specifics.
Okay. I have information on examination processes that is not for public disclosure, and I think it would be appropriate for this licensing committee to be aware of such
Do
information.
you think if you address that information publicly, it could open us up to potential
Yes,
litigation?
I believe there could be potential litigation streaming from that.
Okay.
But would it be a walking quorum if we go into executive session and discuss this that would impact the rule?
No.
No, because he's talking, this is a separate issue. If it's dealing with a potential litigation issue, then we should go into executive session.
Right.
Yeah.
If Ms. Studdard's okay with it, we could go into executive session. She could decide whether the discussion is appropriate for executive session, and then we'll go from there.
Before we go into that, before we second that motion, on simulation, on the new rule, can we define what simulation is in that rule? That it must be a hands-on type
Okay.
exam.
Okay. So the language would read live patient or simulation that requires hands-on.
Or hands-on simulation.
Hands-on simulation. Okay.
Or clinical. There are some examinations that are simulators that don't require clinical.
There's simulators, there's hands-on mannequin, there's haptic, virtual reality haptic.
Right.
Which we've been able to
Okay.
utilize at Dr.
Let's
Hughes'
define it
office.
as, it has to be a hands-on.
Okay. So a live patient or a hands-on simulation,
Right.
clinical exam.
Yeah, that would be great. Clinical exam, yeah, that'd be great.
It says clinical, right?
It does.
Yeah, that was already there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does, that's clinical. I second the motion to go into executive session now. All in favor? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
And the time is 10:56.
Gosh, oh, night.
Are we,
Turn your videos back
my
on.
video?
And I think you need to state the time that we're back out of executive session, please, for the record.
Yeah, it was 11:04 when we got out of executive
Perfect.
session. Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay. Now, going back to the rule, yes, Ms. Jones.
I make a motion that we insert the word hands-on before simulation and all of those rules in all of those places.
Perfect. Is there a second?
Is that an amendment?
It is an amendment to the way the rule is proposed right now. And
But it's not proposed.
Yeah, right. So
it has not been proposed. Right,
we were just in a discussion. No vote was on the floor yet.
exactly.
So I think,
So we can change the rule without a motion because we haven't voted on it, right?
It's not a rule.
Wording.
why doesn't somebody make a motion if they're inclined?
Right.
And they can include that language as a friendly amendment in their motion?
Ms. Jones.
I make a motion that we accept proposed rule 101.2, 101.3, 103.2, 103.3 with the amendment of adding hands-on the word simulation.
Thank you. Is there a second? Ms. Palermo. Seconds the motion. Now we can discuss. Go ahead, Ms. Palermo.
Everybody, please turn their cameras back on.
I need the host to do my.
Oh. Chris, can you turn their camera? Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Palermo. go
Well, I
ahead.
wanted to make a second amendment to that,
Okay,
which is simply under 4CE to strike E,
strike E.
since they have just joined CDCA, there will no longer be a CETA, so,
That will actually be addressed on the next agenda item.
oh, okay. Well, I just thought since we were doing these rules,
I'll
we could do
combine
it
them,
all
yeah.
at one
I'll
time.
combine all the changes into one.
Okay.
Just vote on, discuss and vote on this for now, and then legal's got it for the name changes.
Okay.
Dr. McNeil.
I think one thing that I would make a request of this committee is because there's so many sort of nuances and things going on right now with some of the different licensing examinations. I would feel comfortable if we did a little bit of a pause on this proposed rule and looking in where I'm trying to go with this. There's other examinations that we may want to choose to consider adding to this rule or not consider adding to this rule. And potentially even having someone from the ADA talk to us about one of their examinations.
Here's my problem with that, and it's not a real problem, but the way our rule is written right now, any examination board can come in and give whatever exam they want in Texas. Because right now, we don't require a hands-on simulator or live patient. They can come in and give whatever exam they want. So I think it's important to establish this rule so that can't happen. And any other time, we can come and discuss and apply anything else to that rule as we're doing right now. Ms. Jones?
I concur with you, Dr. Kirsch. I would like to see us put something in writing, and then if other additional modalities,
can always
methods
change.
come forward. then-
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Yeah, because I don't know if you realize that like credits has an OSCE and they have a hands-on. So right now, dental hygiene students could just go take that OSCE and that's it. Yeah, so we really need this rule now.
Yeah. Any further discussion on the motion?
I just wanted to clarify
Dr.
something
Maldonado.
for, as far as the names of the agencies, that's going to be corrected.
Yes.
Okay.
Later in the agenda.
Okay, okay.
Perfect. Any other discussion? Okay. All in favor of Ms. Jones's motion, raise your hand. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now what do we do, Ms. Studdard?
The next agenda item is the committee recommendation of possible action on 22 Texas Administrative Code 101.2 dental licensure by exam. And this is staff's proposed language is in your materials. The proposed changes include the merger among the regional examining boards, CDCA, RAD, and CETA, the name change of the regional examining board, CERTA, It recently changed its name to States Resources for Testing and Assessments. And then finally changing, Dr. Kirsch proposed this change, changing the time period the board will accept examination results. The time period would be changed from 5 years to 7 years.
I'd like to make a motion to accept proposed staff rule as just described.
Second by Ms. Jones, proposed by Dr. McNeil. Any discussion on the rule? Dr. Yu.
Just curious, Dr. Kirsch, why 7 years? Why not 15 or 20 or never? Just wondering.
5 years seems to be the ones that are it's always getting everyone. I figure 7 years, they've got 7 years. Go ahead.
And specific to OMS programs, a lot of times, you know,
The
it's a
residency is a
6-year
5 year, that's
issue.
true.
This gives a little bit of flexibility. They took it their senior
true.
year of
I
dental.
mean, my preference is no, you know, expiration. But
Oh,
that would be, but that's kind of jumping way ahead.
I mean, well, we're in discussion. We can change that if y'all want to
Is
change
that
it.
an amendment?
So, I mean, we have to protect.
Yeah, the public.
There has to be some form of protection. We can't just, maybe 10 years instead of 7 years. I don't know. I don't know what the, Ms. Nichols didn't like that. 7 years. What do we leave?
Very
it-
generous.
What do we leave it at 7 years? I think 7 years is very generous.
Let's try
It gets everyone through the residency, like Dr. McNeil just said. Go ahead.
and I think it's a bit of a nuanced discussion. And, you know, part of the reason the dental licensure compact's moving forward is the Department of Defense looked at it and said, hey, military spouses have unique challenges and you're pulled out of workforce for a variety of reasons. And having that sense of, okay, well, how much time does someone need to have? You know, is 3 years in the last 5 years, is that appropriate? If you pass this exam and it's 8 years down the road, are you still going to be competent without documenting proof of it? I think 7 years gets us to a better spot. And I don't think any of us truly have a very specific answer, certainly nothing research based.
Right.
I was gonna say, I kind of agree with Dr. Yu though, because speaking personally for myself, I mean, I had to take a state board, not a regional board. But I mean, I've been practicing for 44 years. And if you had it at 0, that would allow somebody that's been practicing long enough, because I've practiced all those years. And just because I took a rep exam, 20 years ago, you're going to tell me I can't practice then? I mean, so the 0 makes more sense to me.
But you still qualify because you've been practicing.
By credentials.
Right. you-
By credentials,
Exactly.
but
Yeah.
still, it's kind of like, I don't know.
Great. I don't want to put her on the spot. I wonder if Christine has thoughts.
Oh, that's a good idea. Ms.
Ms.
Mendez?
Mendez, what do you think of this?
Yeah, because she's seen all kinds of
Right.
different.
Sorry,
scenarios.
Christine.
Sorry to put you on the spot, but
You're muted.
You're on mute.
So this is a public meeting. I'm not in favor of the 5-year mark. I think my opinion, if you're asking, is that if we're licensing by exam, it should mean we're the exam state and they don't have another license. This is their first license and they need the licensure. Then we can look at it like that. But if you change it to 7 years, I mean, realistically, the OMS residency is only 5. What would be the purpose of extending it to 7? Like, I think that students, if you're going to school and you're spending all these years, you already know what state you're going to be licensed in or which one you want to go to.
It's true.
Do your research, do what you need to do to meet that state's requirements. And that's all.
you're saying don't even have a time limit on
No, I think she's saying.
But she
Keep it
wants-
to 5.
it.
Yeah,
Oh, she
just
thinks
keep it
keep
at
5.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Dr. McNeil.
And I would speak in opposition to your opinion on that. And just from the
course.
standpoint, see, that's how I am.
Yeah.
For OMS residencies, they can either be 4 years, 5 years, or 6 years. And then oftentimes now it's pretty common people do a 1-year fellowship afterwards. And realistically, if you were in an OMS program and did a fellowship, you don't know where you're going to end up kind of once you graduate from dental school as far as which state. So I think 7 years gets us to
But
a
keep in
better
mind,
spot.
these, we're talking about people that have passed the exam.
Correct.
So it's not like, they're waiting, waiting to take it. So it's just a question of when they have to retake it. That's the question.
Right. And so the issue would be, okay, you finish a 6-year OMS program. If you don't get exception to board rule, you've got to retake the CDCA exam as an OMS graduate.
And I think that's where this blossomed from, is this committee seeing so many people in that specific predicament come and ask for an exception. Why not just extend it the time?
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so we're leaving it at 7. Any other discussion? All in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, great. Do we have any public comments?
We have number,
I'm sorry.
We have to do for hygiene too.
Oh, where are we?
Agenda item 7.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. All right, committee recommendation, possible action on 22 text administrative code 103.2 dental hygiene licensure by examination.
And these are the same changes that were just voted on in the previous agenda item, but this is for dental hygiene licensure by exam. So the changes include the merger between the examining boards, the name change of CERTA, and then changing the time period from 5 years to 7 years.
Okay, Ms. Jones.
I make a motion that we recommend committee recommendations for 103.2.
Perfect. Second by Dr. McNeil. Any discussion on this? All in favor of the motion? And that carries unanimously as well. Thank you. Now, do we have any public comments? And we already had one, I believe. Okay. And I don't have any announcements. Are there any other announcements? Seeing none, do I have a motion to adjourn? So moved by Ms. Palermo, second by Dr. McNeil. All in favor of the motion? Thank you. Great meeting, guys. Motion carried.
ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Excellent.
The August 11th, 2022 licensing committee meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will now come to order, and the time is 11:39. If you're listening to the meeting on a secondary device such as a computer or a tablet, please mute it until it is your turn to speak. Please say your name before your verbal vote during the voting process to ensure a proper count. I will also announce the names of the board members when addressing them and on first and second motions. The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients. Ms. Nichols, will you please call roll and confirm that we have a quorum present?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Burke,
Present.
Dr. Maldonado. Here. Dr. Henderson.
Present.
Ms. Palermo.
Present.
Ms. Sis is absent. And Dr. Yu.
Present.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Our only agenda item today is a committee recommendation and possible action on currently proposed repeal from the May 13th, 2022 board meeting, Rule 108.25, dental healthcare workers, published in the July 8th, 2022 issue of the Texas Register. And Ms. Studdard, will you please lead our discussion?
Yes, so this rule was proposed at the last board meeting in May. It's now up for adoption. The proposal was to repeal the rule because it removes unnecessary repetitive statutory language that's found in Chapter 85 of the Texas Health and Safety Code. Board staff did not receive any comments. So staff is recommending that the committee makes a recommendation to adopt the rule as presented.
Okay, thank you. Do I hear a motion to adopt Rule 108.25 dental healthcare workers as published in the July 8th, 2022 issue of the Texas Register?
I so move.
Thank you.
Palermo.
Thank you, Ms. Palermo. We have a motion by Ms. Palermo, a second by Dr. Henderson.
Yes, thank you.
Any discussion at all? Okay, and hearing none, all those in favor, please show of hands. So the motion carries, passes unanimously. Okay, thank you.
Get that arm any higher.
Do we have any public comments? No public comments. Any announcements? Dr. Yu?
Well, I think it might be a good idea just to, since we have time, just to kind of go over how the rule process is done, because obviously when a rule is, proposed, it has to be in the Texas Register for 30 days. You guys have helped me on this. And then once it, we'll receive public comment for 30 days. And then the next adoption would be after that. And once it's adopted, then it'll actually become effective about 20 days, right?
Right.
Well, unless the board changes, right, has issues with it. But the rule doesn't necessarily have to be adopted. So, after 6 months, if it's not adopted, then, we have to repropose it.
Right.
So that's kind of how the rule process is done. Any other comments on that?
That was great.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Ms. Palermo, did you have some reminders about OSHA requirements that you wanted to just?
Yes, I had a comment about, since we were repealing this part of the rules, I think a lot of people, especially going to ISCs and everything, a lot of people, if they don't see it in writing, it's like it doesn't exist. So I was wondering if there was a place where we could possibly remind people that they still need to follow OSHA and the health and safety codes, that kind of thing. And I know it's in statute, but is there another place in the rules where it's pretty clear that they still have to follow that?
Dr. Henderson?
I probably defer this to Ms. Studdard, but I believe if you get into chapter 108, standard of care, there's some language with that rather than making it redundant multiple rules.
Right.
But that would be my suggestion, but I believe it's in 108.
Yes, so it is in 108.7. It's like the sanitation type of requirement is listed as a 108.7 requirement. Also in 108.96, our dishonorable conduct rule, it's like a general catch-all that says dentists have to follow all regulations that pertain to the profession. And so that would include any type of OSHA requirement.
Thank you. Do you mind going over how that all happens? I mean, there could be an anonymous complaint to the board in this situation.
No, there can't.
It still cannot be. Right. And so one of our board inspectors would go into the office and, do their checklists.
Right.
Would the board work with OSHA on these, or is it sort of like just a board thing?
We have our own standardized checklist for our inspectors that they can check off. I would have to pull it up and see exactly what they look for, but I don't believe they work with OSHA on that.
I see. Yeah. Should that be something on our website as far as what's on the checklist for licensees to know what they need to, make sure in their practice is compliant? Or what do y'all think?
Could look into that.
Okay.
Dr. Henderson?
I'm not sure if it's maybe not already on the website. I have seen that document, and I don't know if it was the old website or the new one. But there's a document, and they look for spore testing. They look for, you have to show the logs of all that. It's all part of it, and it is a checklist, and it's literally a checklist. I have seen that document. And it's not because someone came and inspected me. So I know I have found it somewhere on a website, whether it's the new one or the
I've seen it in ISC.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it at ISC as well as part of the packet on those kinds of things. But for the community, it may be already on there somewhere. If not, we probably could put that on there if it's not on the new one.
I'll check.
Yeah.
And if it's not up there, we can get it up there.
Right.
And it's the OSHA checklist specifically, or?
I think it's our checklist
Our
that we
checklist?
use when we get a sterilization complaint.
Okay.
Or dirty office complaint or something like that.
TSBDE's checklist.
Well, one of my main things with making sure that, the dental team understands OSHA is I get phone calls from assistants and other people sometimes, and they don't realize that they have to do a yearly OSHA update and that the doctor has to pay for it. And, it's like they're not quite compliant in that regard.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you for bringing that up, Lois. That is a good reminder to everyone. Thank you. All right, if there are no further announcements or comments, do I hear a motion to adjourn our meeting? Okay, thank you, Ms. Sis. Do we have a second?
Ms. Palermo.
Ms. Palermo. Ms. Palermo, I don't know why I said that. Okay, and do we have a second? Okay, Yvonne. Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. Okay, everyone in favor, show of hands. Okay, so our meeting is now adjourned and the time is 11:47.
The August 11th, 2022 Disciplinary Review Committee meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will now come to order. The time is 1:11 p.m. I'd like to remind board members, secondary devices, be careful with those before you talk. If we do any votes, please state your name. We are all in attendance here, so I don't think that will be an issue. I'd like to go ahead now and read the mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners. The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related informational services to licensees and their patients. Now I'd like for a roll call to take place. Ms. McNichols, will you lead us through that? Miss Nichols, I just added a Mick to you.
We got there.
Yeah, we did. Would you like to do roll call?
Yes,
please?
sir. Dr. McNeil?
Present.
Dr. Yu?
Present.
Dr. Maldonado? Present. Dr. Melcher? Present. We have a quorum.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, committee. Let's move on to item number 3. Committee recommendations and possible action on preventative disciplinary measures. This is to sort of further the conversation that we had previously on, from my perspective, trying not to be quite as much reactionary, but to look at things from a state board perspective on how we can be a little more proactive or preventative, if it makes sense. From my perspective, with what I've put in the documents there is as a proposal, or at least a way of starting a discussion, to me kind of hits on that part of the mission that I just read of the state board for related informational services to licensees. My intent, and I had been talking about clinical vignettes since I came on the board. It's something that I've seen in other venues through other regulatory agencies. And from my perspective, being able to tell sort of a common story that's not so specific and wouldn't reference actual cases, but sort of made up cases of things that we see at an ISC level, to be able to tell a story, to say things that we see that don't work out so well, to help our licensees with what they do on a daily basis. And also perhaps to give us a little bit of an ability to highlight certain things, whether highlight certain rules that need to be followed. So, I think rules can be challenging and difficult at times, especially if you just list them off, but this helps tell a story. My intent was that this would be something that we would consider at some point going out in our newsletter. I think it is challenging. I think there has to be certainly some legal input, and there's some nuances here. I think it can be appropriate for stakeholder involvement on something like this to make sure that they sort of have input and buy-in. It can be complicated and it can take a lot of work. It actually took a fair amount of work for me to kind of go through and try to put together some sample cases. However, if it reaches the right people and it gives a message, from my perspective, that can be a positive. So I'm putting that out there. Once again, I have no specific direction here other than to say, let's have a discussion about this item.
I have a question.
Yes.
So where would this be placed somewhere? Or what's the idea?
That would certainly be the intent. I think
Website or something?
from my perspective, whether we have several cases, X number of cases, and they roll out in the newsletter to licensees, may be one way to do it. Yes.
So my thought was that it might be a good opportunity for the dental review panel, as I guess they're being vetted through the process when they are select, asked if the process that Dr. Bell, I think, it will do with them. and to give them those kind of case scenarios, just as some critical thinking, just to see how they would approach it from not only a professional background, but an ethical background too. But I do see where you're saying that it could be beneficial for a licensed dental hygienist to have an occasional scenario in our newsletter. But, to what extent, I'm not sure, is that something that who would be the person responsible for doing this on a regular basis or once a year? Again, there's a lot of little logistics there.
Dr. Yu.
I like scenarios because we actually do see these in ISCs, and it covers a range of issues that we see. My only thing is legal, because does this become a policy statement? Does this involve, specifically setting guidelines in terms of the rules? And, whether maybe Dr. McNeil can have TDA publish, part of this in their, newsletter or flyers. But does Dr. McNeil represent the board in those situations? So I'm just kind of seeing how we can propagate this information without having the board get in potential legal issues.
Right. And I think that's legal's concern. I think if we're going to do something, we want to keep it more generalized and not pull any information from our confidential investigative files. I'm also kind of concerned about putting something out there that says like board members' thoughts instead of just pointing them directly to the rule. Because once we put something in there that says these are the board's members' thoughts about this case scenario, that could be interpreted as a rule which hasn't gone through the proper channels. If that makes sense.
So how can we get a mission accomplished without throwing the baby out with the bathwater on something like this? And I'm glad you brought up TDA journal. I think, we have Miss Diane Rhodes back there that I love her board member update that she does in the newsletter. There, in my opinion, there has to be some way that we can get some information out there appropriately while still saying there's many ways to manage a patient. And we always defer to the individual practitioner with respect to how to manage the patient. Other agencies, quite frankly, do put out pretty robust guidelines. The Ontario, I hate to bring up Canada again, but the Ontario Dental Regulatory Agency has very specific guidelines as it applies to sedation, for instance, as far as equipment and what they see as standards of different levels of anesthesia. They give drugs, they give dosages, they have the disclaimer, of course, everything should be personalized to the patient. But for instance, like with this first document or the first case, we're talking about somewhat older medically compromised patient that has a lengthy procedure done. They have a history of cardiac disease, or maybe it's cerebrovascular disease, and they're given a bunch of epinephrine and they have a negative outcome pretty soon after that procedure. We see those at ISCs, and to make our dentists aware of that, I think is one of the important things we can do as an agency, because it does cause harm. And obviously patient harm, but unfortunately we've probably seen many dentists that have been involved in that situation, and it causes an awful lot of harm to the dentist as well. I'm not opposed to looking at different venues. I'm not opposed to certainly looking at things, maybe seeing what other people do and what are kind of appropriate disclaimers. David, you and I were on the Blue Ribbon panel together, and we had non-identified information that we were looking at. But then there were also some details that came out in that report that was given. Yes, Dr. Melcher.
So you mentioned this Blue Ribbon panel, but were those done for an introduction to your role there, or was it for general information?
You want to?
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
So he mentioned the blue ribbon panels.
Right.
So when y'all, it sounds like you had something similar to these vignettes. Was it for an informative because of information for you as a member, or was it just information for the general public?
It was data compiled by Dr. Bell, and what we did was vet specific causes of mishaps or mortality issues, and so it was basically data points that we collected, and then kind of figured out if sedation was directly attributing to a mishap.
But was that information then given to the public on like their newsletter?
Well,
or
through
something?
the final report, there were details on the significant mortality and significant morbidities, that there were nondescript details there. And they were not made up cases. Those were actual cases.
I'm wondering I'm wondering too, if we had more leeway in that situation with that report. Like, I'm wondering if the statute, I can look into that, like what the statute says, like we could actually divulge that information to the public. Whereas our confidential investigative file statute is clear about keeping that confidential. So I can take a look at that.
But these are made up cases that are created.
Yes, I made them up with my experience as.
I could see someone maybe, reading it and familiar. Well, this sounds familiar.
That's our concern.
And then we're looking at some possible legal issues as a result of that. I tend to think that what our staff does already with the FAQs, or the information bits that they'll put in the newsletter, maybe somehow utilizing these vignettes with more of like a question, that they could use it for that purpose versus cases. That's my
Ms.
perception.
Nichols.
Yes, thank you. So Dr. Bell and her team, the dental practice division, put together a newsletter, and they called it the Bites of News Summer. And included in that newsletter was a training for our, and there's a slide in there that lists the most common violations. And I had several people who saw that training reach out to me and ask me if we could include that in the next newsletter. And I don't have it in front of me. I'm sorry. I tried to pull it up, but I couldn't find it that quickly, but I should have provided it to you guys. But it was, I believe, just a list of the common violations that we see. And several of the members who reached out to me are on our ISCs, and they thought it was a good just reminder of people, the kind of violations you guys are seeing on a regular basis. So I had already planned to include that in this next upcoming newsletter. And then, always we can go into greater detail. I mean, it's not like this is going to be an ongoing issue. And we can discuss using vignettes or however with legal's blessing.
And I would agree with those newsletters, because I've thought the same thing, that, okay, there is great information there that, yes, is appropriate for DRP, but it's appropriate for our licensees to have that information as well. If we try to be proactive, it is great if the complaint process doesn't get initiated because that event did not happen for a variety of reasons on all levels.
So would you have an example of an oral surgery case, a general dentistry case, an implant case, a pediatric case, sedation case, or I guess I'm just trying to gather how deep you would go into each?
I think the intent would try to be generalized initially. Now, to talk about oral maxillofacial surgery, for instance, in my malpractice carrier, in their newsletters, they have clinical vignettes that they put out, and perhaps that's something for the next meeting. I can give that kind of as an example. And, I don't think it's technically a made-up case, or they're saying it's somewhat made up. Things have been changed a little bit, but it says exactly what happened, and this was the outcome, and then this is how we tried to defend it, and here's the learning points from a malpractice carrier of where things were challenged. And I totally get the nuances here, that we always want to have practitioners to have the ability to manage the patient as they see fit. And you can never really truly just read on paper, okay, here's how things were if you weren't there clinically and knew what happened. But to do enough broad strokes, when people do have an issue and it's a cardiac patient with known history of cardiovascular disease, they have a negative outcome, the DRP looks at the amount of local anesthetic and epinephrine that was given. And there's guidelines through the American Heart Association that say, hey, in that history in the dental environment, we want you to limit epinephrine to 0.04 milligrams. And oftentimes the DRP are picking up on that. When we're at ISC, people they're surprised somewhat by that message. And you can agree or disagree, but we're seeing mortality cases with that, and it's surprising to them. How do we affect that? Yes, Dr. Melcher.
So you just mentioned right now about these individuals, they end up before an ISC, they're surprised about this information. To me, that demonstrates an individual that is not following the law, following the rules. That's the way that I look at it, because they should have their checklist. They should be doing, the intervals of checking, of reporting, the anesthesia, all of that stuff. So to me, I sort of feel like our individuals, if in doubt, they know that we have rules, we have guidelines, they should refer to those. I do think that our staff does a good job with providing the FAQ, different little scenarios. As we said, that what goes on with the DRCs, they have it. Again, I just sort of feel like those type of things might be better for the the dental review panel, and Dr. Bell can chime in and see if maybe that's something she can utilize for her as they're going through this process. Dr. Bell, any comments?
No, not really. I am trying to forward Casey the last 2 bites of news, as well as a link to that common violation PDF that we put together more for staff use and DRP use. But in terms of, I would lean on legal to decide if that was something that would be acceptable for DRP to do versus the board to do. I know we pay them for the other cases they do, and all that's written in rule, but so I'm not sure how we would compensate them if DRP did it. But yeah, I'm open. I think it's a great idea. I do understand the legal complications of the idea. So I would lean on legal to make those decisions.
And I appreciate that comment. And certainly legal has a place here. My push will always be to have an appropriate balance, and I will push legal. And there's times that legal has pushed back on me appropriately and changed my mind, quite frankly, on a variety of different things. And certainly, what are we trying to do at the end of the day? And Ms. Diane Rhodes, I'm going to ask you some questions if you want to make your way up there. Would appreciate it. What are we trying to do at the end of the day? We're trying to make things safer for people in Texas. And there's different ways to do that. We have to do it in an appropriate way that's comfortable for legal. What I do know from, if you're trying to get people to learn things, do you give them a list of rules and say, here, go to that? When I work with students at the dental school, in the undergrad oral surgery clinic, I'll ask them the question about, okay, this patient has cardiovascular disease. How's that going to affect our management with respect to local anesthetic? And some of them know that 0.04, some of them don't. And it's not such a board rule per se, it's just sort of standard of care issue that's put out there by other people. One thing I do, and this can be something as we try to figure out, how can we help people that are our licensees? When I work with someone in the undergraduate clinic and they're the person that's doing nitrous oxide, I'll say, what I want you to get on the board website and pull up the rules for administering nitrous oxide. They have an awful hard time finding those rules. Part of it is on the website link, we have our statutes and the Practice Act, and then the rules are way down at the very bottom. it can make their lives easier, probably if we put the rules at the very top as opposed to statute. We go through statute a fair amount because we've got to go through it, but there's about 15 things they've got to get through, and they kind of give up clicking on things and don't get to the very bottom. So that can be an easy thing. One of the things I liked about the vignettes, especially in a newsletter, you get a chance to hyperlink it to things and say, well, this patient death it wasn't reported for 40 days. Well, board rule is, X, and then you click on that. Miss Diane Rhodes, here for the Texas Dental Association. As we kind of talk about this, and I referenced your specific column that you do in the newsletter, and I think that does a fantastic job. The downside is it's only TDA members that get that information, and sometimes that's a challenge. But what input, do you have any specific comments? I know I'm putting you on the spot with respect to this, but tell us what you hear or are thinking.
Well, I do think the dental community at large would benefit from clinical case scenarios that help them walk through situations they may encounter in their practice and have an understanding of how to apply regulation and best practices to particular scenarios. And just as you mentioned with your medical malpractice carrier, our for-profit endorsed vendor, MedPro, does the same for us. And we will run articles they put together that are clinical scenario articles, where it is just as you described, Dr. McNeil. It's de-identified. You don't know who the dentist was or the patient, but the specifics of the scenario are pretty clearly laid out. And then the difficulties that arose from a defense perspective, et cetera, are pretty clearly laid out. The best avenue to communicate this information, I'm not sure. We would certainly be open to being partners in communication of such information if it becomes available. Your own newsletter. I recognize and understand legal's concerns about interpretation of this as you go forward through your enforcement processes and having, concerns about that aspect of it. But I would think if you could de-identify the specifics of the scenarios enough, they would still be valuable to licensees without having potentially negative legal implications for the agency.
And I appreciate those comments. Any questions or comments for Ms. Rhodes? Dr. Yu.
Well, going back to legal, obviously we want to make sure legal's not back to a corner on these, because like, for instance, the first case, we see this a lot, saying that blood pressure, it's basically saying that you shouldn't even treat a patient with blood pressure 180 over 110. They could interpret it as that, and that you should have stress reduction protocols in place. So, a lot of them will read into that and say, okay, I'm not following the standard of care, but we all know every single situation, every case is different. That's why we look at the charts, the situation, the medical situation of each patient, to kind of determine, okay, where's the standard of care in each situation, not in every. So I can understand. I mean, this is awesome, and as a layperson, if I were, like a regular dentist, I would be blown away by this and realize, okay, I need to start thinking. But perhaps if we can word these different, like how would you, like Dr. Melcher was saying, how would you manage this case? Would you consider, or what I mean, make it a little bit less direct on
the sort of the treatment strategies.
Right.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I when I look at it, I can certainly appreciate the need for de-identification. It's what are you going to do? Now, once again, there's pretty concrete criteria out there for management of blood pressure, the 180 over 110. And I know we don't like to reference various specific agencies, but when DRP looks at it, that's the one they're going to reference. And we've seen multiple deaths in offices when extremely hypertensive patients are treated, even without local anesthetic being utilized, just because they were that hypertensive. So how do you get that message across? How do you do it with, Yes, Ms.
I just
Nason.
have a question. I don't have the answer.
I don't have any of the answers. I don't even know most of the questions, but I got.
My question is twofold, I guess. Is the thought process being this would be something that we would have on the website in an FAQ format, or is this something where we would run clinical style vignettes each newsletter with different scenarios?
My intention would, and not so
Or
much
both.
each newsletter, but in a newsletter, have a certain set of cases that we've talked about, we've shown people on the board, perhaps even a reach out to stakeholders for input. You know, from my perspective, none of this is like a secret of if we're trying to say this is appropriate information that we want dentists and hygienists and dental assistants to know about, get it out there, get it vetted, make sure legal are okay.
But if you were a private dentist.
Pardon me?
If you were like a regular dentist.
Right.
Not representing the board, you know, this would be easy to just get out there and publish anywhere. Problem is your position. That's the problem.
Exactly. And that's why I would certainly want legal thumbs up. It doesn't have to be a great big thumb up, but a thumb up like this, stakeholders, the other board, because once again, no, and I'm prepared to do the work. I'm prepared to get stakeholder input. And you know, if you save one life, if you save one dentist from managing a patient who was hypertensive and say, oh gosh, I didn't realize that could actually happen. And here's the outcome. We may not know, but what are we're trying to avoid these situations, Dr. Melcher.
But I think that's where our FAQs that we have on our newsletter can have like a link to say, what is the blood pressure, or what should, you know, we can hyperlink
Certain
those kind of
guidelines.
guidelines without doing a vignette or a case. I think as long as we're providing that general information and
The case is more powerful.
Case is more powerful.
I get that
Yes, ma'am.
too. So
I've been thinking about the law of unintended consequences here a lot. And so that's really my main concern, as here's a scenario the board gave, here's the violations that they found. I didn't do that. The blood pressure wasn't as high as that. I gave right up to the amount of epi. All of these things, I could see this coming back to really bite us in an ISC and also make
These are made
DRP
up
feel like,
cases.
Well,
but
if-
that doesn't matter.
but-
That's not what I'm
but-
saying.
But what I would say is that you'd want to back it up in the vignette with what the DRP utilize. And there are,
But you have to remember, our main standard of care is what a reasonable and prudent dentist would
Right.
do in that scenario. And the reason it's reasonable and prudent is because reasonable and prudent people can disagree. So
and that can be a disclaimer.
can it?
You can.
I don't know.
This-
But my point in bringing all of this up is to say, just looking at this, there are things in here that you've referenced that I think may be a good stepping stone at first, when maybe right on the front page of the newsletter, have like a big, bold, like, I don't know, star type thing that says,
star.
did you know, or FYI, and point out some of these more, I won't say obscure rules, but rules that we see come up. So for instance, you have case 3 in here that goes to, or case 4, whichever one is the financial issue.
The perio.
Yes, so it's, no, the financial issue, right? And your point is the board isn't here to dispute or deal with your dispute about finances. What if instead we say, hey, did you know board rule, whatever the rule is that says we can only reimburse up to the amount paid out of pocket to that dentist, that's the rule. It doesn't apply in every case. And here's a list of the dental societies. Yes.
Peer review.
Yeah, peer review, right. Peer review, because that's public information that's out there, right? But not even the peer review, but my point is in this is saying, hey, why don't we start pointing to these rules that we see more often? And again, standard of care is just one of those things that without having some more information and looking into it a little bit more, I worry about that coming back to be an issue of, well, your newsletter said this and it wasn't as bad as that.
And some of the things I tried to highlight were the biggies, where
I understand.
there's not, there's pretty strict criteria, 180 over 110 for blood pressure, 0.04. I'm trying to put things on the lower shelf with that. I think Ms. Rhodes had a comment, and then Dr. Maldonado.
Writing that monthly state board update for TDA today, I can say that it becomes quite dry material. And there's, again, this benefit to Dennis and those on the team to be able to walk through a clinical case experience. Is there a way to do that where you're not specifically leading the reader one way or the other as to how that particular case should be handled? But here's a case, here's a scenario. Have you considered, or do you consider the following when you're treating a case that looks like the sample, or something along those lines to help encourage them and remind them what they need to be looking at, but without being specific enough to back the board into a difficult position.
And I agree with what you're saying there. It is boring for most people to read legalese and a rule. Unless you're an attorney.
I don't get newsletters are great.
That's what regulatory agencies normally do. And if you look at websites, it's really hard for people to go through it. Now, we're used to that. We're used to statute. You are. I hear what you're saying. I still read yours because it gives critical things, but people want to hear a story. You do any course on how to give a presentation or how to write a book. It's you start with a story. That's what are going to get people to where they need to go.
Let's see, I think I lost my train of thought, but being a devil's advocate, aren't these things that people can learn in CE classes and things like that? And on the other hand, there's a lot of cases that I saw in the examples as far as, giving too much anesthesia or giving epinephrine when they shouldn't have been given epinephrine. How would you put those guidelines into a document without implication for the board?
I really liked Cassie's suggestion of take it as a starting point. I'm not saying no to the vignettes. They might, but not saying no to the vignettes outright. As a starting point of taking the moral of each story is what, and then, and kind of reversing it the way she was suggesting that, here's a rule. I don't know. I think that might be a good starting point. That's very neutral. It might be boring, but it's at least we're putting the information out there. Maybe somebody clicks on it,
Or if you had suggestions on, because I think I hear what most of the concern is maybe just giving too much guidance from a board perspective on how the case should be managed, as opposed to saying, here's a story, here's what happened, board rule XYZ applies to these different things, and to try to stay away from options. Yes.
Sorry, but because we can put all the legal disclaimers we want to on here, right? But what Cassie's and Lauren, the point they're making is true. But we can all, everybody in this room can see somebody coming to their ISC and using one of our vignettes to say, but I didn't do this. And, again, that's not going to get them out of the issue, out of trouble if they violated the Dental Practice Act. But we don't want to give anybody fodder to use against us.
Or the opposite, like if the DRP reads this and let's say a patient, comes in with 180 over 110 and the dentist has a hot tooth that he has to take out. Is he supposed to say, hey, I can't do this. You need to see a physician. I'm sure you've removed teeth with blood pressures that high and you're trying to get them out of pain. And so DRP will say, nope, you should have, had a physician consult, go through that, get clearance, and then come back to me and, get it out. So every situation is different.
And in a recent ISC, that exact same thing happened and a patient died. And so is it worth
Yeah, what if the patient's, has no other issues medically?
Yeah,
They
like,
didn't. It was just a blood pressure issue.
Or it's a clinician's judgment.
It is, but there's pretty good documents out there, including the ADA referencing the American Heart Association on those guidelines. I'm gonna go Dr. Maldonado on that.
I mean, I've seen cases where somebody comes in with pain because they need a root canal and you numb the tooth and then their blood pressure comes down, but the blood pressure was high. They didn't have any other issues with blood pressure, but their blood pressure was high because of the pain. So, it's like what Dr. Yu was saying, are you not going to treat them because we said 120 over 80? We do have to have some of that clinical judgment and be able to use that.
I hear what you're saying, and you're saying that, these would be evidence-based based on what is the acceptable literature that's out there. However, if that's the case, if it's that widely accepted, is it our place then to say, but this is the standard, right? Shouldn't people know that based on their CE courses, their education? That's what I have to agree with Dr. Melcher on that. If it's that widely known, I don't know that it gives us an advantage to put it in a newsletter that potentially boxes us in whenever the standard of care changes, because it isn't ever changing. The practice of dentistry, right? It's the practice. So
And things evolve and change.
Exactly.
I still reference back to that, our obligations related informational services to licensees. Is it common knowledge? Unfortunately, it's not.
but is that on the board or is that on the licensees themselves?
We're here to protect the public.
What if
Educational institutions have an obligation to make sure that students are aware of it. It's not 100% when I ask the dental students. Now, they haven't graduated yet, so maybe it will be. Dr. Yu?
What if we just go the opposite? Just say, we just make a disclaimer that this is
An individual board member's opinion
Yeah.
does not necessarily represent that of the.
say this is a board case, literally.
Follow him, let's see where he's
No,
going.
DRP found. And that way, this is for this specific case, and not in every case, but this is what DRP found. And this is what DRP's opinion was.
That's part of it would be bringing in information from our confidential investigative file. So again, I know, I'm kind of.
I know,
wanna be careful with that.
I
Yeah.
totally
Yeah,
understand
yeah.
saying that,
Yeah.
kind of, it's so they can't use that as reference to say, hey, I should have been dismissed because of this, or I should have been brought up on charges because of this. And that was, specific for this case, in other words.
Do you know of any other boards, not associations, that give out, that have vignettes in there? Not even in Texas and anywhere? Because
Ontario.
Oh, okay, you mentioned that. All right. In the United States.
Doesn't count.
Figured you had to bring that up.
I was waiting for some.
Exactly. Listen, it's got cowboy boots.
So what I can do is ask. So I'm part of a group of many other state agencies, and I will, next time we meet, I'm going to ask if they're doing this type of, they're all healthcare agencies, and ask if they put out these kind of vignettes and see all their blood pressure go through the.
And I think I'm agreeable with that. I think we've had a pretty robust discussion on this. I am agreeable to keeping pushing you folks to, let's get some things out there in the Q&A. It doesn't have to be an all or none. I think anything we can look at to say, how can we help our licensees? Even that issue of even moving the board rules up to the top on that web page makes it more user friendly when people are looking at it. Let's see, I'm going to go legal and then we'll go Dr. Melcher.
Whenever we put something in writing, I get a lot of heartburn. And so maybe, this is why we have this committee, so we can have these discussions out loud. And that way, all this is posted on our board's YouTube page so people can reference it. We get specific public questions all the time about So I'm thinking maybe like board staff can bring a public question, and we can put it on the agenda as like a discussion point, saying this is the question and this is, you know, the rule that applies, something like that.
I agree with that. And, you know, don't be afraid of putting something in writing if it's the right thing.
Sure.
Put it in writing.
Yeah. I just think once we start getting into all these disclaimers and, you know, just.
We may
people-
water it and dumb it
it's
down
already
so
been-
much.
Yeah.
Ms. Nichols?
What I was gonna say is, we had a good example of that at our May meeting where a hygienist had some questions that came up from her dentist about what a dental assistant could do. And so, I do think that that's really helpful. And it ended up just being a discussion point, and everybody there was some differing opinions, and nothing came out of it that I would think would be a policy statement, or it was just kind of your guidance as practitioners to this person, that you didn't say yes or no, really. You just said, this is our opinion. And I thought that ended up being a really good discussion. So I think that's a really good idea, because we answer as many questions as we can, but if we don't know the answer, we bring it to you guys.
Was there a question over here? A comment?
So I just think a couple of suggestions are, I like the way that y'all said from Dr. Bell's office that you get the most commonly most noted violations or cases. I think putting that in the newsletter, I think maybe even as you suggested, bringing up the rules to the top, maybe highlighting each newsletter a different rule each time with a little blurb underneath it. And I think because I really, to me, I strongly feel that, yeah, a competent, apprentice dentist that is practicing standard of care would not have these issues. You know, there should not. You know, they should know what they need to do. That's why we have checklists and all those things. So that's my view.
I'm agreeable with what you say there. I think from a regulatory agency, anything we can do to help our licensees can have certain advantages. I like in the newsletter, and I think from a newsletter standpoint, it has been fantastic what's getting put out. I commend Dr. Yu with his sort of intro of, if we just are these people that are, you know, straight backs and just speaking in legal terms, people aren't going to read it. Or if they do read it, they're going to not have as good an impression. And, you know, with you kind of welcoming people to the profession through the newsletter and giving it a little bit better of a feel, that can make people, I think, more receptive to some of the information we're giving. As I heard Lauren talk there, you know, maybe this is something for Ms. Rhodes when she does her newsletter. Maybe she gets a chance to say, you know, there was a robust discussion about XYZ in disciplinary review, and they talked about.
But for the very same concerns that you'll have is why the newsletters are so dry.
Right.
Because it gives me anxiety, the idea of trying to capture your conversation in the newsletter, and then having that interpreted in such a way or brought back to the board as part of an ISC. Oh, TDA wrote in the state board update that the practice committee or disciplinary review committee said XYZ. So that's why I kind of hesitate to summarize y'all's discussions. I will take from your newsletter, which you know that I did last month. I think your newsletter is excellent, and I will take information from that, credit back to you, and that I have a higher degree of comfortability with that.
Dr. Yu.
So and you know, obviously Ms. Rhodes alluded to medical protectives cases, and they're pretty much not, I mean, they're identifiable. I mean, other than the names.
That's what I meant. There's no names.
Yeah, I mean, they're very specific on their, you know, on what happened, the decision, and, you know, disciplinary action or whatever. And I just wonder how they get away with it when they're in the malpractice business. So I mean, I'm sure you guys have read it, but these are specific cases that, you know, it's everything in there.
So could TDA contact Metro and find out how their attorneys do that?
I don't think
would they
TDA would want to become involved in that. I, no, I don't think that that's a position the association would want to be involved in. For legal reasons.
And I do have to say that most of the public questions that we get about practice issues come from our associations. Because usually what people do is they're more comfortable going to TDA and saying, I don't really know what to do in this scenario. What do you guys think? And if TDA doesn't feel comfortable giving the answer, they'll come to us with it.
Yeah, so we're, again, also very appreciative of that line of communication. And if it's something that's clearly addressable by a statute or a rule, then we'll make that information available to our members. If there's a bit of nuance to it, we try to help them be mindful of what they need to consider when they're addressing a situation, but not going so far as to provide legal or regulatory guidance to them about how to proceed.
Right. Because the question we had at the May board meeting actually came from one of our hygiene association groups, a member. And so that's how we got it. So they're a really good conduit of information for our licensees who don't feel comfortable coming directly to the board.
So to wrap up this agenda item, I think what I hear you all saying is let's continue to give some thought. Let's see what are appropriate things that we think we can do as an agency, try to make things more user-friendly. Let's keep looking at what other agencies are doing. Let's keep the conversation going with our stakeholders. And at the end of the day, we want to help people help their patients and keep people safe in Texas. So any further comments before we close that agenda item? Okay, well, thank you for that robust discussion. That really was.
I appreciate waiting for it, Dr. I think I wish we could easily get this out, and I'm hoping we can, but we just have to do it.
Dr. Maldonado.
I have a quick question. I mean, what about CE and risk management that brings up issues like this? I don't know how you would coordinate that, being a non-board class, but I know that like medical protective has those kinds of risk management courses.
Hopefully some of those CE providers are listening to this conversation. Women find themselves using that, but it's just a reminder too that we don't approve individual courses. And I think kind of that goes into exactly that we're endorsing specific information that would be in a CE course. So,
And that may be where you link to certain meetings via the YouTube link. And your newsletter's just paper, not electronic.
It is electronic. And we also, during the session, do a newsletter that goes out that's specific to regulatory and legislative happenings that are occurring. But going back to your question about risk management CE, that is something that we try to provide not only at our annual meeting, but through other venues. I know we're going to have some on-demand risk management through our dental concierge app. So there are courses out there, some better than others, that are focused on the risk management aspect of dentistry.
Well, the last newsletter was really good too. It talked about COVID and OSHA, that case. So, I mean, these are really good.
I think we are certainly moving in the right direction with our own newsletter, with other newsletters. I think maybe to your point, even just trying to get this common CE providers in the state of Texas to hear some of the discussions that we're having at meetings like this. And that kind of incorporates in your point of, okay, maybe we have one issue that we put on the agenda here and we just kind of have a robust discussion about it. So they know that it's an issue of concern to us. So I'm very thankful and happy with that discussion we had. As far as public comments. No public comments. Well, hearing that, Dr. Melcher. You sure may.
I'll second it.
Second by Dr. Maldonado. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. The time is 1:59. Meeting adjourned.
Okay, you're live.
I'd like to call the August 11th, 2022 Anesthesia Committee meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners to order. The time is 2:11. I'd like, since we don't have any committee members that are participating by virtual, I'm going to skip the announcement of having to have any kind of virtual rules. I'd like to read the mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care while providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients. I'd like to call on Miss Nichols, the newest expecting the wonderful daughter, to confirm that we have a quorum present in this anesthesia committee.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Dr. Henderson,
Present.
Dr. McNeil,
Present.
Dr. Kirsch,
Present.
Dr. Burke,
Present.
Ms. Jones, present, Dr. Yu,
Present.
we have a quorum.
Thank you, Miss Nichols, and congratulations to
Thank you so much.
So the next thing we'd like to have a possible committee action and request for exception to board rules for 2022-Q4 DDS1. I'd like to ask Mr. Lennon if he would like to lead this discussion for us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. So this particular dentist is applying for sedation of high risk. He attended a fellowship, oral surgery fellowship back in 1979 to 1981. Since his application, or since his education was prior to 1 September 2019, the only thing that he needed was the application and proof or copy of the certificate of graduation from then. He does not have that. The only thing that we have on file to include with his initial application from back in 1991 is just a letter that he submitted himself stating his training. And back then they approved it based on that. Now, fast forward to where we're at right now, he can't get a copy of it. He can't get the school to give him anything because they don't have records back then. And so I have no proof other than a letter that he drafted himself.
Committee members, do you have any questions you would like to ask Mr. Lennon regarding that? So help me understand this, Lee. If he had a letter from Baylor College of Dentistry and saying that he did in fact do a fellowship, he would get the high risk and pediatric regardless of the pediatric or high risk educational material?
So that's dependent because remember the word fellowship and residency. The rule says it must be at least 12 months in length, a residency program, not fellowship.
Okay, thank you. Dr. McNeil.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the request for exception to board rule for candidate 2022-Q4-DDS1.
I second that.
Dr. Kears is seconding Dr. McNeil's motion. Discussion. Dr. McNeil.
I think generally back at this time, my understanding this is more of an intern year. It wasn't technically part of a residency. Generally, they were actually just 1 year time period. It was, I think, and Dr. Henderson, you may know better than me, but it was often called red shirt or something like that at Baylor, where they were just there as interns helping out. My understanding is that this individual does not treat medically compromised patients through IV sedation based on what he was saying there.
Right.
So, I am familiar with the program and what he did, but I would like to ask if he's participating by virtual, do we actually hear from the applicant before we have further discussion? Because we might be able to answer some of these questions by asking him directly. Is the committee okay with that?
Yes.
And is Dr. Cuthbert on the line?
Can they hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Cuthbert.
Steve Cutbirth, how are y'all?
Good.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was actually teaching oral surgery. It was in a fellowship for 2 years with Dr. Bird. And unfortunately, most of the people that taught it are deceased. Johnny Allen was in the program. He was one of the instructors, and Dr. Cosentino. Colin Bell is an oral surgeon in Dallas, and he and I were in this program together. And I took it for 2 years. And so I did IV sedation every day on complicated cases. I've practiced in Waco for 41 years and have used IV sedation primarily on ASA 1s and 2s, but I have some that do come in that are referred by physicians because they want them to be sedated for dentistry. They feel like it's easier. I've done over 7,000 IV cases in the last 41 years. And I keep it really safe. I use primarily Versed, a little bit of Demerol, sometimes a little Valium, and that's about it. Maybe some medication for nausea or allergies, Benadryl. We monitor just like they're in a hospital. I get clearance from their medical doctor and any suggestions, and I don't do that many ASA 3s. I'll live a perfect life if I don't have this certification, because it's not a big part of my practice, but because I think I'm the only restorative dentist in Central Texas, probably, that's certified in IV sedation, and I'm not trying to put them to sleep. You know, occasionally they'll go to sleep because they're so relaxed. I'm just sedating them. And I've taken every course you can take on emergencies. I take Ernie's course every 2 years on emergencies and update. And so I had an advanced teaching center at Baylor Dental College for 20 years through their CE department. And this was something that Chuck Arcoria and the dean asked me to do. I had been on the visiting teaching faculty of the Pankey Institute in Florida for 15, 20 years, and they asked me to set up an advanced continuum at Baylor Dental School. And so I did that for 20 years, from 2000 to 2020. It was a hands-on center that we taught them how to do everything, from complex restorative cases, implants, had endodontists come in and teach the courses, full mouth reconstructions. And so I do that in my practice every day. Most days, 99 out of 100 days, I see one patient from 8 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, and they're sedated with Versed. It's
Dr. Gilbert, I'm going to cut you off because what time is of an essence. What we would like to hear, what I would like to, I have a few questions that I would like to ask, but maybe some of the committee members, we have read your letter and we are aware of what you stated in there as far as your training. So I'm going to ask my committee members, do you have any questions from any committee member would like to ask Dr. Cuthbert? So the one question that I would like to ask you is, you're now asking for an exception to board rule that's been in effect for 4 years. What have you been doing the last 4 years? Have you been in pediatric patients?
No.
And so why
pediatric patients?
And so why now?
I'm not treating pediatric patients. My understanding from Ernie Luce was that this is to treat more compromised adult patients.
Yes, sir.
Is that not the case?
So this rule's been in effect since 2018. I'm asking you, have you not been treating high-risk patients either for the last 4 years?
Very, I mean, they may have had a stroke, they may have had a heart attack or stents or things like that, but not anyone that's not controlled.
So they would be an ASA 3?
You know, it depends on how you read it. I was just reading up on that just now. And if you read the anesthesiology requirements, it's different than the outline for dental patient care. So I'm not sure if you call a patient that's I mean, I've got an adult patient group. And if you call a patient that's had a stroke or has had stents or has had a heart attack, it doesn't really, I can't find in here whether you call that and they're controlled. If that's an ASA 2, then I'm treating ASA 2s because I don't treat uncontrolled patients. What do you call it?
Well, I'd have to get a medical evaluation, medical history in order for me to make some kind of comment based on that.
We see people that are overweight. I encourage them to lose some weight because it's healthy. But I'm just trying to I want to stay within the yellow lines. Like I said, I've been in this 41 years. I don't want to be a hero.
So Dr. McNeil.
On that question for ASA criteria, I believe approximately a year ago, the board had a newsletter that actually outlined the ASA classifications. And I know that because I helped write that. I guess where am I trying to go with this? You had a 12-month program, or you're saying you did a
24 months. I used IV sedation every day.
Okay.
On all kinds of patients. The problem is it's went from Baylor Dental School to Texas A&M, and they don't have. I mean, I could definitely. There's no question I did it for 2 years. I wouldn't be telling you I did if I didn't. We can go ahead.
So Dr. Cuthbert, I've been teaching and at Baylor College of Dentistry when Dr. D. Lamar was chairman. In the anesthesia program. I have asked, I'm well aware of the program that you did. I know what kind of educational things you did as providing that as a fellow. So you're not telling me anything I'm not familiar with. In fact, I used to give some lectures to the fellows, but I'm a little behind you. Anyway.
You look a lot younger.
Thank you. Thank you. Must be the camera.
Gotta be the camera.
Gotta be the camera. The bottom line is, I respect, I'm well aware who you are, what your training is. When we passed this rule in 2018, you're the kind of guy that would have, because of your training, because you didn't do a formal residency, you probably weren't really exposed and well educated in the academic world of what is high risk or what pediatric sedation is, because that's the way the program was. It wasn't really set up to give you that in-depth knowledge.
No, I'm not doing pediatric patients.
So but my point was the TDA created a number of these courses. And for a couple of years, they gave these courses for guys like you. And you take a lot of continuing education, and you're a teacher of a lot of continuing education courses. So what I probably recommend to you is that go take that high-risk course, and you don't have to ask for the exemption for the rule, because you're probably not going to get it. We have a motion on the floor to deny it, but I felt like it was important for you to be able to plead your case rather than have the meeting continue without getting some of these facts out on the table. You are aware that there are courses that you can take to get your high-risk permit?
Yes. I just don't really want to take the course.
I understand. So do you have anything else you would like to ask or add to this?
No.
Okay. Any other?
I've taken so many update courses and all that through the years. You've taken courses and you go through the the motion. I mean, I'm all for, obviously, I'm in favor of continuing education. I still have 2 online teaching centers right now. But I think, oh, at this stage, after 41 years of doing this, and I'm not doing that many. Anyway, that's all I've got to say.
And so in some ways, that would be the kind of clinician, because the sicker the person is, whether you're just doing light sedation or not, those are the ones that we are seeing in the data. If you look at our morbidity and mortality report that we publish every year on our website, those are the kind of patients, even with light, moderate sedation or minimal sedation, or even local anesthesia, that we're seeing as a problem patient population. So getting
Now,
that.
remember, I'm not treating the sick ones. I'm talking about patients that have had a stroke, they've had a heart attack, they've had a stent, that type thing. That they're functioning, they're controlled. We're working with their medical doctors. They want me to treat them. Go ahead.
Yes.
So I just to add to your point there, Dr. Henderson, there's days, myself as an oral maxillofacial surgeon, there's days that half my patients are ASA 3s, and there are complicated nuances to that. We just got done discussing in disciplinary review committee some of the challenges that we see from a mortality and morbidity standpoint on these very patients because of how they're managed or not managed. These are difficult, and it's difficult for a practitioner to see a couple of these patients a year, I would think as well. There's an opportunity. It sounds like you do a great service to people in your community. There's a venue from an educational standpoint to go through these things. Even if someone's healthy and they had a heart attack 5 years ago, but now they're stable from a cardiac standpoint, they're not out of the woods. They have that history of cardiac disease, and they have to be managed in an appropriate way. And that was the intent of why this special permit would be needed.
Thank you, Doctor.
I have no further comments.
Okay. Any other committee member have any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Cuthbert. Appreciate your participation with this.
Thank you.
Okay, well, so on the floor, we have a motion to deny exception to board rules 2022 Q4-DDS1. It's been seconded by Dr. Kirsch, motion made by Dr. Camille.
Can I get a point of clarification?
Yes.
Have we passed was there a tier 2 inspection?
Yes, I believe Lee made a notation that there was, or was it a tier 1, Lee?
It was an attestation maybe after a tier 1.
So it was a tier 1 inspection that was conducted back on the 28th of June, 2019, if you see in my memo. And that was one of the questions, because on that inspection, we were looking for those 2 modifiers, high risk or pediatric. And it was noted as NA, meaning that he did not treat that at that time.
So
by the inspector.
Yeah, and so I think we have public comments that maybe he has been treating some healthy high risk 3. Is that a suggestion that you would like to refer him for a tier 2 inspection as part of this discussion? Dr. McNeil?
Yes.
Yes.
I think, well, according to the rule, only an ISC panel can refer.
That's what I thought.
To a tier 2.
I wasn't thinking, and I don't think even a public comment of admitting treating.
We can open an investigation.
Are you asking for that, Doctor?
So I think in a discussion and whether we want to have that here, whether we want to go into executive session if deemed appropriate. I hear exactly what you're saying, and is there does legal have a preference whether we have this discussion in open form versus executive session?
I'm trying to decide if it applies to the 2 reasons why we should go in, or the only 2 reasons why we're allowed to go in executive session, and it's either to talk about an offer settlement or to it's dealing with pending or contemplated litigation.
Potential litigation.
You don't.
It doesn't have to come out of committee. if a board member has, that on this committee has looked at this, they can refer a case to board staff at any time. Just throwing that out there.
So, I'd probably say, that the public perception would be, I came up and made a comment that I'm treating healthy ASA threes, whether they're threes or two, you'd have to get the actual medical history. But that sounds very Gestapo-ish. If we had a complaint, if we know that there was a deal, if he has a history, then I think that needs to be taken into consideration, and we can do so outside of this forum and visit with legal, rather than to have this as the reason we're gonna go in and do a tier 2 inspection. But that's my feeling.
I would drop it then.
Yeah, we're in discussion.
Right. And I agree with everything you're saying there. And I'm not saying it applies to this situation, but we've all had it in ISCs where the most dangerous person in the room is the one who doesn't realize just how dangerous they are.
Yeah, right.
If you'll have a minute, I'd like to say something. So the inspection was done in 2019. There is an affidavit follow-up. So that does mean that we are going back. He just hasn't been selected yet.
Okay.
And it's based on a vitals violation. So he will be coming up soon for us to go see. I mean, based on, I'm pulling him monthly now, so.
Okay.
And a question for Lee, so that will be a tier 2, or it's just to verify things on the level 1?
So it is to verify things on the level 1, but I'm just saying that we are going back based on the fact that he had a violation to vitals back then. And his violation was that he was not monitoring respiratory as required every 10 minutes.
So, not to further this discussion a whole lot, I know what kind of training these fellows got at the dental school. And they basically were, that patient over there needs a tooth removed, have one of the residents show you how to put an IV in. The instructors were all on the floor, and if they needed help, they went and got them. And that was the training, and I'm well aware, but the anesthesia rules, you have to go back. When he trained, all you had to have was a couple of months of putting an IV in, and you could do general anesthesia. And what they wouldn't give him was the general anesthesia permit from the fellowship, but they gave him the IV, which was then known as conscious sedation. And so the oral surgery department did that because most of these guys were trying to get into oral surgery, and he did the 2 year because he didn't get in the first year and probably didn't get in the second year. I didn't want to ask him that publicly, but that's typically how that program worked. And that's, they used them for a year of manual labor to put them in their residency.
And I would agree, and it's a different circumstance where if someone is an oral maxillofacial surgeon, you've got continued maintenance that you have to do. I'm required to do things yearly now for, instead of even every 10-year certification maintenance. So.
And it kind of bothered me that he knew that this rule was out. He could have taken a course, didn't feel like he needed to. But yeah, we're struggling with coming up with ASA classifications. So,
100% agree with your statement there. So, did we take a vote yet? Or?
We're waiting. We're ready to call the question. All those in favor of the motion to deny, raise your hand. Dr. Burke, Dr. Yu, Dr. McNeil, Dr. Kirsch, Ms. Jones, Dr. Henderson. Motion passes. Thank you, committee members.
Unanimously.
Okay. I'm going to, I guess, ask Ms. Studdard to lead us on the next portion of our deal on the committee recommendation and possible action of 110.16 sedation anesthesia high-risk patients.
Yes, and this is just a discussion point to reiterate certain provisions of these rules. I think the best way to introduce the topic is to provide an example scenario that our licensing division has seen. And Lee, feel free to jump in if I misspeak. But the example is, let's say a dentist has a level 2 permit, and he's also board authorized to provide sedation anesthesia to high-risk patients and pediatric patients. This same dentist has recently applied for a level 3 permit, and the application was approved by board staff. If this now level 3 permit holder also wants to provide sedation anesthesia to high risk for pediatric patients, he can't rely on the authorization he previously received when he was a level 2 permit holder. In other words, according to the rules, he needs to reapply for authorization from the board in order to provide sedation anesthesia to high risk and pediatric patients, because the rules specifically state that he needs to have managed during a residency or board approved education program a certain number of patients sedated or anesthetized at the highest level of permit held. So since this example dentist is now a level 3 permit holder, he needs to provide, among other things, proof to the board that he successfully managed either during a residency or education program a certain number of patients sedated at a level 3 route of administration before he's allowed to provide sedation anesthesia to high risk or pediatric patients. Lee, did I summarize that correctly? Was that the main issue?
Yes, ma'am. They would just have to reapply based on that statement and those two rules.
And I don't know if our, so Lee's been receiving some questions about that from these applicants. So we just wanted to put that out there, this out there to the public as a general discussion to remind people of our rule requirements.
Okay. So we need nothing for comments or thoughts from the committee, is that?
Unless you wanted to add anything or.
Anybody? Dr. Yu?
So on the flip side, if you go from a level 2 or 3 to a 2, does that certification still count?
Yes.
Right. And I don't know if we've ever had that.
This is what the highest one that-
percentage.
So I haven't seen that happen, not yet. And it's just here recently that I'm starting to see level 2s come in and want to apply for level 3. I mean, think about it, it's been about 4 years. And some of them that have had it, they've had it for a couple of years, and now here they are wanting a higher level. I haven't seen that, Dr. Yu, yet.
So to me,
Typically, if somebody's dropping, they're really going to drop all the way down. They're not going to go just to a level 2. A lot of them drop out of being in the inspection mode, in other words, to get totally out of that, or having to maintain ACLS and or PALS. They if they're going to drop out of one of those higher levels, they're going to go down to like a nitrous or a level 1.
Okay. Well, so yeah, Lee, on these people that are applying for this, have they gone back and gotten that educational training to do the level 3 sedation? Or did they have that originally and only asked for a 2 and then decide they wanted to start doing the 3?
So I checked into that because a lot of the certificates received for when they applied for level 2 or whatever, they only state that it meets board rule, whatever, 110.16 or 110.17, and it lists the laundry list of things. These are the alternative programs. It's not really the residency programs that you see this from. It's usually a Dr. Canfield course, SATA-DENT course, or something like that. And so in their certificate, it just says, most of the time it'll say you meet that requirement of the board rule, and then list all the laundry list of things that needed to be met based on the rule itself. So when I went back and started asking some questions, for instance, with Dr. Canfield, he flat out told me, he goes, no, these are all enteral. They're not parental at all. So none of them would meet that requirement based on rule when I had the discussion with him. And then with SATA-DENT too, I went back and they're now changing their certificate to state it's enteral. So
so that's
if they needed to apply, they need to take another course to get those based on rule. They need to take another course. So they treat those patients at that higher level.
That's what I'm aware of. I know Dr. Canfield doesn't teach a level 3. So I can tell you, if you ever see anything from him, he's not going to teach a level 3. But
yes, sir.
You never know when he decides he's going to. But more importantly, many states, what Texas is kind of unique, that we have our moderate sedation split into enteral moderate sedation and moderate sedation parenterally. Many states, if you got a moderate sedation permit, you can choose to do it orally or IV. And so when these people go take these courses outside of Texas, they get confused because they're taking a moderate sedation course. You might get some IV in that course, and you might get some oral in that course, but you're not going to meet our requirement in Texas. So that's where then they get realizing, hey, I could have gotten a 3 with this course. I'm going to reapply and ask for a 3. So that's kind of what the information, you kind of have to know what the education is going on out in other worlds and other states and why they get confused when they come to Texas. Because most states, including the ADA, they don't determine routes any longer. It's condition of the patient. The patient's in moderate sedation, and if you got there orally, it's the same as if you got their IV. It's the same level of anesthetic. Okay, so Texas, in the way our rules are written, they are separated, and they're not done very many other states that way. I don't know if that helps Lee in making this determination and discussion.
So with individuals that come in from out of state, most of them attend a residency program that are applying for parental or enteral. And if they want the extra, especially the pediatric ones that are out there and they want to see pediatric patients, the letters I get, if they're applying for enteral, that letter needs to be along the lines of enteral. It needs to tell me how many hours they've trained and how many enteral patients they've seen. And then it also needs to state how many pediatric enteral patients they've seen. So that, at first, that was a bit tricky out there, if you will, but now it's become a little bit more common as people apply here in this state. Anyway, really, I think where the rub is with this, I call it alternative programs, kind of like Dr. Canfield, Dent, Docs, whatever, is making sure that they're putting that information in there in their certificates. Now they do when they initially apply. For instance, if they're applying from Docs, if they're applying for enteral, it's listed in there and it breaks it down just like any other residency that I've seen. It's when it comes to the high risk piece of it that was not. And now that's really starting to happen. And I will tell you that this hasn't happened very often. The individual coming back and asking for a higher level, it's more recent than. And in fact, I have 2 right now that have asked for the level 3 that had high risk. Both of them had high risk for their level 2. And I let them know that the high risk will not apply to their level 3 until they take a course for that.
Dr. McNeil.
Just a comment and a compliment to Lee, and you're just one such example within the agency is appropriate interaction between what you do and bringing issues to us at the board level. And it's many different groups throughout the agency do that. And I appreciate what you've done to, when we started this process with inspection, there were concerns, can we do what we were asked to do? And so thank you for doing so well with your group, your team, and interacting with us appropriately.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Dr. McNeil, Dr. Kears, everybody, Lee, we count on you and Christine to keep us all in line. But my committee is always available for anesthesia questions. You want to submit them, we'll have a committee meeting. We'll have this public discussion anytime. Thank you. Any further discussion, Ms. Studdard, you would like to cover since we lumped the pediatric with the high risk?
That was it. Thank you.
Okay, so I assume it all.
So is that something
Do we need a vote on this or?
No.
You just wanted
Okay.
some discussion.
Ask TDA or put on a newsletter about.
I signed up for a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Do you want to speak on this or do you want to do it during an announcement?
She's a question, so
Okay.
it might be appropriate now.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
I'm looking at Katie. I just want to make sure beforehand.
Thomas Rhodes.
Okay, so I want to make, pardon me, Diane Rhodes, Texas Dental Association. I want to make sure that I'm understanding this because I think this is a great example of an opportunity to provide some reminder education to member dentists. If a dentist currently holds a level 2 sedation permit and they hold either both or one or the other of high risk or pediatric authorization, and they take some form of education that qualifies them to apply and receive a level 3 permit, then they have to reapply. for the high risk and or pediatric authorization as a level 3 permit holder. Okay, then we can certainly do a piece on that in our September issue of the TDA Today, reminding dentists about that. Because it sounds like some may not recognize they have to reapply for those two.
Yeah, and what I think Dr. Yu brought up, if someone had a 3 and they dropped to a 2, I think our rule speaks, you could keep that. You don't have to be retrained. It's the highest.
When you're moving up.
Yes.
And it might be a good opportunity to review those particular rules, 16 and 17.
Do that.
Good, thank you.
Dr. McNeil?
I almost hate to make the comment, but it won't.
Then
stop
don't.
me.
You're gonna
You've
blur.
learned nothing about me, George.
You preface it like that.
In a little bit of a segue to disciplinary, I think TDA do a great job at getting that information out there. We're talking about high risk permits. We've just had an example of what's an ASA 3. Do we ask TDA to give some consideration of, okay, for instance, patients with a history of cardiac disease or stroke, that's why you need a high risk permit, because they would be deemed as an ASA 3. There's opportunities for giving information that's appropriate to keep people safe and keep practitioners out of the complaint process.
Yeah. And I too appreciate TDA's involvement in reaching out to dentists and dental community. The problem is not everyone's a member. And those non-member people are the ones that many times we have to deal with.
It's true.
And it's not the ones in organized dentistry.
That's right.
And that's the challenge there. Just as we talked about OMS and their airway management course, when I had a chance to talk to them and say, if you really care about patient safety as it relates to anesthesia, who doesn't need that course the most? People like me and you guys who've already done it. We need non-members to do it. We need non-OMS people to be able to do that course. So you're right on that.
Those licensees that once they walk out of school and they go open their office or practice in their office or whatever, and all they do is go do their continuing education, and half of it's online and half of it's in person, and don't read anything else as far as furthering their career. They're practicing the way they graduate.
Mr. Nichols was raising her hand.
Yeah. Yes, Nick.
Thank you, Dr. Kearse and Dr. Henderson. We'll be putting our own blurb in the newsletter about this. And I think it'd also be a good time to do another ASA, reprint the ASA classification reminder.
Good.
Okay, so our next section is public comments. Ms. Rhodes, did you have anything else you would like to say? Thank you. Do we have any announcements, committee members? Seeing none? Do I hear a motion?
So moved, McNeil.
Dr. McNeil makes a motion to adjourn, seconded by Dr. Burke. All in favor? And it passes unanimously. Thank you, committee members.
Gotta be the shortest